Hello. Hey guys, how's it going? Um, it's a Sun. It's a huge, huge Sunday full with huge circles, and the only one that's looking at circles right now is Moderno in prison, hopefully in a round cell. But anyway, hi guys, how's it going? Nice to see you all. Happy New Year to everybody out there. Great to see you all. Hope you had a great Christmas. Hope you had a pretty good New Year to everybody out there. So I want to say hello to everybody. Like Scottish, there you are. Nice to see you there, dude. And hey to you. Nice to see you. And he's like, yeah, by the way, watch Stranger Things finale. First half was good. Second half, not so much. So yeah, I kind of kind of see where it kind of like fell apart at a certain area there. So Snortopoopas Cuber, everybody's favorite polar bear. Hello to you, Snortopoopas. Nice to see you, my man. And or sorry, I should say my bear. We have the illustrious Vince Womack that is here. So hail to you, Vince, everybody's favorite wrench on there on the YouTubes. Nice to see you, man. Hope you had a happy Merry Christmas. And we got Gap After Dark. And hello, Mike Panels, Vince Scottish Cuber. Hello, everyone. Hello. And yeah, hail to everybody. Scottish. Schwarzenegger voice. Got to get out of here. Got to do an etch a sketch. And oh yeah, and guess what? We got a special guest today, and it's man. How's it going, Spidey? No, you know what? I should have done this right. I should have done this right. There we go. I'm gonna put in the
If
music
you're
for you
blue
because you
and
need the
you don't
music.
know where to go to, why don't
Nice. Good morning.
Good morning. What's up, dude?
I'm just enjoying seeing a little bit of the sun come out. It's been a while, and it's just around the freezing point, so it's looking like a good day, my friend. Just enjoying the day.
Nice. Yeah. What temperature you got?
It's
Because right now we're seeing
probably
-13.
oh shit. No, we're right around
Yeah.
the freezing point, the melting point, right around 0
Oh,
Celsius. But it isn't it a good day not to be a terror drug lord?
yes. Yes, it is.
Oh, dude. I was in Venezuela in '91. It was a beautiful country, and I just put a post out, yeah, saying, not I don't care how it happened. I'm just happy that the people of Venezuela are free of that dictator who lost
Yeah.
2 years ago.
Finally free.
Uh-huh.
Finally.
52.
After, what was it, like maybe 50 years of communism, basically? Eating
Yes.
their
What happened?
pets, eating their zoo animals, like,
Yeah.
basically
Venezuela used
eating
to be
everything.
wealthy. They used to be
Yeah.
one of
Oh,
the
yeah.
richest places in all of the Western Hemisphere. And then, yeah,
Uh-huh.
then they turned socialist and communist. And we pulled our embassy in Canada out of there, denouncing the government in 2019. I didn't realize we'd done it that many years ago. So, yeah, our
Really?
the Liberal Party, because they've been running the country for the last 15 years. But
Well,
the
yeah.
Liberal Party pulled our embassy out and called his leadership, Maduro's leadership, criminal and illegitimate. And they pulled the embassy in 2019. So the Liberal Party should be celebrating over this, I would think.
You would think so, but now all they're doing, like every premier, every person, every liberal that has a seat, like all of a sudden, oh no, I can't believe that Trump just basically started a war with Venezuela and took Maduro out. It's like, but you were you you pulled the embassy out, like
Well, the people are celebrating. Have you seen what's going
oh
on in the
yeah,
streets of Venezuela? They're
yeah,
thrilled, man. That's
they're
awesome.
partying,
2026.
dude.
Man, I tell you, it's going to be 2025 wasn't a bad year for me, and a lot of people I know. 2026, I think, is even going to be better, my friend.
I think so. I think so. Because what I did, I was sent some forms online to sign, to do the canvassing for the Prosperity
Alberta
Project.
Prosperity
Yeah,
Project,
yeah.
dude. I'm
Mm-hmm.
coming to
Mm-hmm.
visit. I'm coming to visit you. Just a heads up, fair warning.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
coming to visit you in this spring, and I'm going to be looking for a an address, a place of residence, so that I too may vote.
Right on, dude. It seems like a lot of conservative-minded Canadians all of a
I
sudden
think
want to be
so.
coming to Alberta. Yeah.
British. I'm tired of being run by Vancouver and Victoria, who keep voting socialist,
I know.
basically. And yeah, that's BC is so expensive, and I know Alberta's colder. Like you're -13, and I'm
Oh,
0. But
well,
I
yeah.
don't know. I mean, you see, with the money I save on not paying provincial tax, because Alberta doesn't have provincial tax, I can buy a winter coat, like a better one.
There you go. There you
And
go. Perfect,
right,
right?
right, I know, fantastic. And the people in
Vince.
Alberta are more level-headed than a lot of people here in
Oh
BC.
God, tell me about it, dude. Tell me about it. Vince Monk says, "What do you think Moderno is more pissed about? Getting captured, or that they brought his wife with them?"
Oh, Vincent! Oh, I tip my
You know
hat to you,
what?
sir.
Oh, that was funny. You know what?
That was
The weird thing is, my wife was looking at a video on YouTube about, like what Trump was saying and stuff like that, and and she had pointed out that Moderno's wife was smiling, as she was captured, or whatever, and she was just smiling away, and I'm like, that's kind of odd, I don't know. It's really weird. So I have the faintest idea. Okay, so also, just before we get started and all that kind of stuff, Al might not make it today, which is all right. So, he's just visiting a few friends, enjoying some gelato. So, lucky bugger, you, Al, getting all fancy, enjoying the fancy ice cream of gelato. And let's see, we more than likely going to have Tom show up a little later on. And probably Steve. It's kind of like we're having our own version of Manorama on a different channel.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, I've got to leave in about 45 minutes. I'm going into town, but I'm happy to be here,
Nice.
and hopefully I get to see all these people.
I've been wanting to get you on for a while because it's due, man. It's totally due.
Oh, I agree.
Like,
It's been too long.
I know, right? I'm almost ashamed of myself of not having you on
Yeah, well,
sooner.
Sunday's usually pretty busy around here. There's usually yeah, it's been hunting season and wood gathering season and bonfire season. It's so I'm usually not around this time of day.
Oh yeah. No, I don't doubt it whatsoever. You've been pretty busy. So, Snorter Pooper says, I had a coworker from Venezuela some years ago. She was always worried. Let's see here. Always worried that. Oh, she was always worried about her relatives who were still there, but she hates, but she hates Orange Man. I hope this woke her up. Isn't that weird? It's like, how can yeah, I get it. You're worried for your relatives, but why would you hate Trump at this point? I mean, now you don't have to. Now she doesn't have to worry about her relatives.
Well,
So,
well, that's what I said in my
but
post. It
yeah,
doesn't matter how the people of Venezuela are free. They took away the population's guns decades ago, so they're unarmed. They couldn't do
yes,
this themselves. Otherwise, they would have.
no, they couldn't have. It's funny
No, they've got no
how that
arms.
works out. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
and
Isn't that
and they couldn't
yeah
defend
weird? Eh?
themselves, and yeah, it's funny how that works. Hmm. It's kind of like what they want to do here with the gun cash grab thing.
I don't think Albertans
So,
are going to give up any of their guns.
no, they are not. There's no way.
No, not
this,
not
this
not
is
a
why I told
chance.
Steve, you know what? If you ever, once we become independent, if you ever want to, you can move here. But he's
Hmm.
not gonna. There's no way.
In the summer, it's probably a little more temperate.
Well, yeah, exactly right. Um, okay, so what are we doing today? Well, it's a new year and everything. So you know what? I kind of did this for Trojans who occasionally does show up here, and on occasion he's been going on about that um, perspective really kind of gets to him. Because he has a hard time doing perspective. Tree Rock Creation has a project that he wants to do, or that he's planning on doing, and it kind of helped him out a little bit. And really fun guy, really great guy, and he's planning on doing an animated project. It's really really cool. And I did a few character creations for him, so. I guess one of the things he's having a problem with is perspective. So today, uh, I know for like 19 weeks. This is like the 20th huge circle show that I'm doing. So for 19 weeks, I've been doodling
Wow.
away. Yeah, for you guys and for all you viewers out there. And like I said, in prep for a comic that I want to do. But the one thing that I haven't done much of is backgrounds. And backgrounds has me, I don't want to say scared stupid, but it's something that I got to tackle. And yes, Nord, I totally agree. I believe in the right to keep and bear arms. And arm bears and the bear. So
No, yeah, we should.
so in case Tree Rock shows up, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I agree. I think I would trust Snortopoopas with a gun.
Yeah,
I don't know how
totally.
his like he doesn't
100%,
have
man.
thumbs to operate it,
No.
but I mean he can have a go.
I'd be okay with that. I'd be 100% with that. Okay with that. See, because Kevin on his channel's kind of named him like, you know, the dudes. So,
Mhm.
and my mic keeps on glitching. Scottish, not a problem. I think that wasn't going to happen, but because I figured out a problem that was going on with my computer because I had a little bit of a lag last week, and it was like I don't know, like maybe a 6 second lag. So I'll check something here. Yeah, give it a few more minutes because also I'm uploading to Rumble. Uh, Started uploading at this point, like about an hour ago. So yeah, so um, Gap. I trust Cuber with my seal pup. Oh no, I'm sure Snort will treat it with the utmost respect, Gap. So not a problem.
Mhm. Yep.
Okay, so anyway, so this is what we're
I
this is what
trust a
we're doing.
polar bear over a raven.
I'm gonna tap. Oh yeah, totally. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be tackling backgrounds, doing back, and we're gonna be doing um, what they call first point per. So I'm using Clip Studio Paint on here,
What I have here in the middle is, lines for doing your. And what you want is you want a focal point like right in the middle. And we're going to keep probably as basic as possible. But he did like totally 100% get this because it's really not that hard. Once you think about it, doing perspective, it depends focusing on all. That's all that it is. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a horizon. I'm gonna try to line this up as best as humanly possible. We're gonna do it like right here. So this black line right here, it's gonna be our horizon. Okay, so
Right.
everybody knows what a horizon is at this point. Yeah.
We watch.
See, because here's the one thing. Um, exactly. And yeah, by the way, this is the first Circles of 2026 is Scottish. Yes, it is. Okay, because here's the thing. Kloppy always said that he couldn't even draw a stick figure. And I know that Hungry Boy and myself was like, oh no, anybody can basically draw. So it's I don't want to say it's all risk, but as long as you know the fundamentals, as long as you know the basics, anybody should be able to do it. Okay, so we got her right here, and I'm going to take a page of what I did with Hungry Boy, and that is we'll do a cityscape. We'll start with something really basic. So do this. We'll start at our goal, and we're going to use these lines
Queens.
here. We're going to use some of the.
Are we drawing queens?
Sure.
With
Yeah,
Spidey up in the
probably,
corner.
but up using a lot more garbage. We should, yes, let's do that. So I'm gonna pick two lines going up into the air from our focal point, okay? And this is gonna be like really, really easy for anybody to do. So if you happen to seen how you got a drawing tablet now, and hopefully you're getting used to it at this point, this should be kind of simple for anybody to do. So you know what? Let's do this as well. We'll draw a couple of lines going like this. Well, okay, great. You basically got a weird looking X on the screen. Yeah, it kind of looks like that, doesn't it? So, and then we're going to do something else. I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to do a line right on the top right here. Why?
Are you going off
You're
of
gonna find
anything
out.
you've done in the past? Or is this just all out of your head?
Just big. So, this is kind of how we do it. And I'm just, I don't know, I'm just free drawing, I suppose, for lack of a better word, right? So, yeah, this is basically going to be like totally out of my head. So, what we got here, okay, so let's say we want to do some buildings, okay? So, what we're going to do is we're going to make horizontal lines. And for some odd reason, I don't know why, it seems like see, it's playing a little bit of an optical illusion on my head. Because I keep on thinking that the lines are skewed slightly. because I know in one of my eyes I have a slight stigmatism, so it plays around a little bit on me.
Well, are there
So this
like
is what we're gonna do. Yeah.
I don't see gradients along.
Fun fact.
I don't see gradients along or a scale along the edge of the paper. So how do you know where the middle of the paper is?
Oh,
Like, you know what I mean? Like,
you
there's
know
no
what? To be
scale up a
quite
side
honest,
or
I
along
all
the
it.
top.
No,
I was gonna
because
say,
what I'm doing right here, I'm just using like yeah, I just kind of eyeball it. And on top of that, I'm not using a regular comic page. Like if I were to use a regular comic page, let's say, oh, it has everything right here, right? So if I did this and I did B4, which is a page size, then you got your margins, your bleed area, and on something like this. But I'm not doing that.
every time you
So I'm
see
just using a
B4, I think of
plain
Data's
old piece
brother.
of paper. Oh yeah, lore.
Yes.
B4.
Well, no, B4. There was another one, B4, right? There was lore and Data and B4.
Yes, that's right. Yes,
I believe.
you know what? I actually totally 100% forgot about that. I
Right? Because
did.
I
I
think
did.
that's where Data got his new body parts because they found before, like in a cave somewhere. I'm going back a long time. It's not too early for a ramen eggnog, is
Yeah,
it? I
no,
think I'm
something.
gonna pour one. Well,
No,
it's
I think
noon
you
where you
should.
are. It's afternoon. So that's fine.
Well, yeah, exactly. So it's still breakfast, which ain't too bad then for you.
Yeah, no, I'm cooking
Okay.
breakfast right
So what am I
now,
going to be
but yeah.
doing here?
I mean, I'm not driving to town. My buddy's coming to pick me up, so I can be not sober. So, Mike, not to, we're talking about circles, but I do have a quick question about Alberta, because we both love Alberta. Um,
Yes.
now that
Uh
Trump
huh.
has Venezuelan oil, is he going to need less of Albertan oil?
See, because here's the thing,
Uh,
right? While
yeah.
this
Does it weaken your
whole
position?
Alberta thing's been, while it's been going on, like for lack of a better title, the separatist party, I suppose you can kind of call them, have already been talking to Trump's cabinet for pretty much like almost a year, right? So, and some, how should I put it? I don't want to say deals, but some understandings have already come about, right? When it comes to like, Alberta oil, for example, stuff like that. And like I mentioned before, one of the things was, when we finally get our own currency, it's going to be like one on par with the American dollar. And yeah, and one of the things talked about was, oil, because, America needs oil. And after the previous administration essentially drained all the oil reserves, America needs a crap ton of oil. So until things are essentially, I would guess, stabilized in Venezuela, for the most part, we're pretty stable here. So I don't think it should be a problem whatsoever. And I want to say hello to Penny. Hello, Penny. Nice to see you. Good morning
Oh,
to
hi,
you,
Penny.
or afternoon.
Always good to see Penny. When are they going to
Yeah.
put the names
So I
back to
think,
normal in the YouTube chat?
you know what? I've been wondering that for weeks now, because certain people's names are different. And I mean, I know Penny by her avatar, and then Scottish. I'm pretty sure I know who that is. And it's sad to say that because, I know these people, but it's like when their names start switching around and stuff like that, the only way I know who they are is by their avatar at this point. So everybody, I'm sorry. If it doesn't seem like I don't know who you are, well, there are reasons. Because as a Canadian, I'm thick. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh yeah,
So
over
yeah.
the
Okay.
last several years, we've demonstrated that to the world, I believe.
Yeah. Pretty much.
That we are thick and gullible. We're very
It's
gullible as a population.
oh, I know, and you know what? It drives me to even admit because
Like all these scam
I
calls that you
I
get
don't want
to
to
your
be looked
phone,
at as a
they shouldn't
nation of
exist anymore. But
stupid people. Oh, dude, I know,
they're
right?
just naive. Like
God,
scam calls, the only reason they
like
exist
how
is
many?
some people actually fall for it. So who are
Yeah.
these naive people?
Well, exactly. Uh, I haven't the faintest idea. I really, honestly don't. I mean, TELUS, which is like a telecommunications
Oh,
company,
okay.
Canada, based out of BC. They're basically allied with Bell. And I know Canadian Spider-Man knows this, but for all you other viewers overseas and in the states,
Mhm.
and they
Alexander
keep
Graham.
on calling about the same damn thing. Exactly. They keep on calling about the same damn thing all the time, and it's like are you wanting a plan of new phone and new iPhone and stuff? And it's like, dude, just I don't know how many times I got to tell you, stop phoning me, just stop calling me.
Exactly.
What? No, well, yeah. Or are you wanting a home plan and with internet and satellite or cable or something like that? And it's like, no, dude, just stop calling. Right now, I got it free, so I don't need you to call me. And then another week goes by, another 2 weeks got, and then they call again, and
Another.
oh my god, and it drives me nuts. And one day. And I'm sorry for rambling on because I should let you talk as well.
All right.
I this one lady called, and I said, "Okay, where are you calling from?" It's like, well, sir, I am calling from Bell or no from Dallas," and I'm like, "No, no, 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 no. I heard you say that. Where are you calling from? Where is your physical location?" And normally they're not supposed to dox themselves of where they're calling, but it's like I had had enough, and she very sheepishly said, "I'm calling from India." No, click. So, so all those jobs, all those
Hey,
jobs that
Mumbai.
should be Canadian jobs
Delhi.
for a Canadian company, exactly. Yeah, probably Mumbai should be Canadian jobs, and they're all going to
Exactly.
India,
If we're
and
gonna
they're
get
all being done
harassed
from
over the
India.
phone by Bell agents, they should be Canadian
Yeah,
employed.
exactly, exactly.
You know, if I'm gonna
And
get
oh, Gap, I
harassed,
like this.
I
I
want
like
you to
this
be
Gap.
able to do it with a Canadian accent. Although these days the
Well,
Indian
yeah,
accent
right.
is doing the Canadian accent.
Yeah, right. Hello, I am from Oshawa, Ontario. It's like, no, you're not.
Montreal.
Gap, when I get calls like that, I say, hello, this is the Russian embassy twice, and they hang up on me. Oh, dude. Dude, I like that idea. He's right, you're calling the Russian embassy in Canada. How are you doing? Make him hang up really, really, really quick. Oh, my God. Yeah, yeah. Not a fan. Not a fan.
2026 is good. You
Okay,
know,
anyway.
we're gonna
Um,
maybe they'll all. Well, immigration is way, 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 way down, so maybe we can actually get a chance to build some houses. Maybe.
That's what they say. You know, like I saw a post somewhere that apparently our government has been, essentially kicking out, what was it, like 400 supposedly back to, to India or wherever the heck. Really? Are you really doing that? Because somehow I don't think you're doing that.
You mean the government would tell us one thing and
I
do
don't believe
another?
it. No.
That seems. I don't. That's a bit of a friggin' stretch, Mike.
I know,
Ooh.
right?
So, is this like the hallway and Neelix is going to be there
Okay.
kicking ass at Agent Smith?
Oh, probably. We're hoping so. Okay, so this is so far what I'm doing, okay? Because to you guys, probably, if you've never done this kind of thing before, essentially, basically, this looks like a bunch of lines, right? But there's actually a little bit of to the method here, okay? So, and you're gonna start seeing it in a minute. Okay, I just want to catch up on the chat here a little bit. I had some person with an obvious Indian accent says Snorter Pooper's call and claimed they were the IRS and wanted to talk to me about owing taxes. Oh God, I've had that call so many times. Snort. Yes.
And you know what I do? I ask them, yes.
Yeah.
I got my checkbook right here.
Yeah.
Where can I come? I want to meet you in person and pay this. And they never want to give me their address.
Yeah.
CRC. Yeah, they never want to give me. I've got a check right here. I will bring it to you. Where can I come to meet you? I want to give you money. in the form of a roll of quarters. If you are catching my drift from the 70s.
In a bag. Yeah, in a bag, so I can beat you.
You know how
with
you
it.
hold a roll of quarters in your fist?
Oh yeah.
Watch where your thumb.
That's true. Yes, 1000%.
And I would deposit them into their whatever bank account they wanted me to, right?
Whatever orifice you can find. I had this too, with an East Indian guy calling, and what was it? I had them on the phone for about, I think it was like 10-15 minutes or something like that, and I was going ahead. I was using, I believe it was like some Scottish accent or something like that, and I pretended I was like some oil guy in Calgary.
You pulled an accent.
Yeah. I did for about 10-15 minutes. It's right. I was talking like this for about 10-15 minutes and stuff like that, and I was giving the like false address and postal code and stuff like that there. And this went on for about 10-15 minutes, and apparently I owed like about $150,000 in back taxes and stuff like that. And on top of that, they were telling me that they're going to send the RCMP. And they're
really?
going to come, and they're going to come to my house and they're going to shoot me. They're going to come to my house and they're going to shoot me, and that's and I'm like, yeah, it's like, nah,
we're not there yet. So. Give it a few years. Give it a few years, and the RCMP will be doing that on the road we're headed. But we're not quite there yet. I mean, unless you're a member of the Freedom Convoy in Ottawa.
Go. Let's see. Penny says, I have a direct TV, and whenever I have a problem, I have to threaten to disconnect in order to talk to somebody in the States. Wow. Oh my God, is it that bad, Penny? Jeez. That's pretty crappy service. And Gap says, hey, I got an idea. Why don't you import some Canadians? Oh, to India.
Dude, I like that
Well,
idea.
have you seen? There's a YouTuber who goes. He's Scottish, and he goes around playing bagpipes in India and all through Iran. Like I think Iran, like some Saudi Arabia, like all these, and just like because they come and do that over here. So he's going over there and doing it and introducing them to the Scottish culture. Let's say, right in the middle of the mosques and in a
Dude, that's brilliant.
not a disrespectful way, but very much a hi, here's my culture in bagpipe form, and you can't turn it off. I don't know if they're appreciating it. Although there is an Indian lady that does bagpipe. What's her name? The Snake Charmer. Are you familiar with the artist? She's from India. She's totally fluent in English. She plays bagpipes awesomely. Called the Snake Charmer. I actually downloaded her CD. She's pretty darn good.
Really?
But it's India with bagpipes, and fuck me, like I approve. I actually approve. It's yeah, she's quite entertaining. The Snake Charmer. Yeah.
This out.
And she gets together with two other Scottish, like there's American
Wow.
and an actual Scottish, and the three lasses are kind of attractive, and they wear short Scottish kilts and play bagpipes sometimes together. Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Oh, that's pretty cool. See, now that's a cultural appropriation that I can agree with.
Skirts. Short kilts. They're quite short.
Yeah. Where's the problem with that?
You know, I don't see a problem with this. As long as they save enough haggis. So, and I know a lot of people don't like haggis. I tried it ages ago when it was in my early teens. Didn't have a problem with it whatsoever.
Yeah. I had no
problem.
In Scotland a couple of times, and I just thought it was breakfast, right?
Oh yeah, no, totally. Okay. So,
I mean, I'd rather eat a cheap stomach than a cow's balls.
Start to.
Well, I guess cows don't have balls.
Well, yeah, right. Nobody. Oh, well, no.
Like prairie.
Good point.
I'd rather have haggis than prairie oysters.
There is nowhere make me try prairie. I'm sorry. That's never gonna happen. Yeah, no, it's it's never. And yeah, for all of you that one reason, I don't know why this is like some sort of Canadian prairie
delicacy of some sort, because it isn't. But prairie oysters basically are cooked bull balls, and I don't know
or cow
what
balls
person
if you can find
one day thought, or cow balls if you can find them, yes. But I don't know what person on God's green earth just made them to decide one day, you know what? I feel like consuming some bull balls. Like, no, sorry. I don't know who.
Yeah.
Well,
was it? Did you do it just to offend the English Ontario Liberals? Maybe just to like the fancy dancy pansies out there with limp wrists? Maybe.
Oh,
I don't know. Or you know, in the wilds,
that's
like
ability.
I don't know. Also in the wild, I know it is a weak spot for when wolves attack large bulls and animals like that. They go for them, and maybe someone observed that and thought they were delicious.
Yeah, probably from a pack of coyotes or wolves. So, hey, those dogs are enjoying it. I wonder if there's something to that.
Well, that's what I wonder. Yeah. No, Snorty. Kilts are not meant to be short on a man. Correct.
True. Yeah. That's yeah. And they're definitely not squirts. So, and if you order now, you can get a free haggis. He says, "Order
I
now. Time is
guess.
limited." Yep. Okay. So, to a
Now, are
few
those
of you
buildings or doorways?
that are well. These on the bottom, I'm making like doorways, and so I'm gonna be doing, like some, because here's the thing: if I'm gonna be doing my own manga, um, I I have to tackle backgrounds, and I've been doing okay with drawing people, which is not really that much of a problem. Um, but definitely backgrounds. So this is kind of like me tackling one of the things that I don't necessarily want to tackle, but I know I have to tackle it.
But isn't
And
that what
because if I
Marcus
don't,
Aurelius and some of those other, like, go ahead and tackle stuff that you're uncomfortable with, because that's the only way you're going to get better.
pretty
right?
much.
I think Mr. Miyagi said something like that too.
I think so too. Yeah. No, I think you're 100% right on that. So, because yeah, you gotta do the things that make you uncomfortable, and uh, because you're gonna have to do it one day, and and if you don't do it, um, it's gonna reach a point where once you definitely 100% have to do it, you're just gonna hate it. If you have, what was it? It was Ferlin that said, and he was talking about making or doing submissions, like say you're going to a convention, and and you want to talk to somebody about about getting a job and drawing a comic or something like that. And he said something very
Oh, that
interesting.
kind of
The less,
submission.
yeah, the less bullets you have in the chamber, then the less they can have to, essentially shoot you down, right? So, and it makes sense. So you might as well just do the stuff that you hate to do, and good at it. So that would makes me stronger, so to speak. And it was one of the
Yeah.
things that I had to do with Hungry Boy when I was doing my hungry tests, as it were,
Oh,
because some of the yeah, no, some of them were tests where he would give me a kind of like a little mini script of of a scene. And one of them was, because I kind of shared it in a YouTube video last year. It was actually the year before. He'd give me like this mini script to do, and one of them was like, say like Giant Man, or Ant Man, basically, taking on Electro and Spider-Man villain, and I had to pop a whole background and stuff like that, and you know, so
Electro's an
it
okay.
had to be done.
It
Yeah.
wasn't my favorite. Yeah, the Rhino. There, or the Hobgoblin.
No.
Those are.
Ooh, Hobgoblin. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a good one. Hey,
I
Luke, how's
would
it going,
like
man?
to
I'm
have
just
seen
looking at the
Dennis
chat right
Leary.
now.
I would have liked to have seen Dennis Leary give a crack at being the Hobgoblin.
That would have been actually pretty cool, come to think of it. Yeah. Hobgoblin would actually be pretty cool. You know what? This is what I'm going to do here. Okay, because while I'm figuring this out, one sec. I'll show you a bit of an example of what I had to do, because I had to do it actually by poll, and which wasn't bad, because you know at least I had like rulers and stuff like that. But yes, all my pencils, which I'm gonna have to find. I still haven't packed up somewhere. Anyway, but doing a digital
Disclaimer.
Yeah, it's a little bit
CRC
different.
has never actually.
So let me open my. No, I have not. Let's see. Where are the particular tests?
Attempts don't count.
Yeah, no, that's true. Where's a good one that I was doing? Yes. Okay, here's a good one. Third test. Oh yeah, and it had to be like 3 panels. So that was the thing as well. So, and every test that I did, if I had to do it again, I had to do this like several times. So it was like, you know, like exercising the muscles, so to speak. Let me just bring
Repetition is good, right?
It is. So, okay, let me bring this up here. I will.
Well, not for marriages. I wouldn't recommend getting married multiple times.
Yeah, no. Okay. Take this down. And replace screen sharing. Let's do that. And I'm reconnecting. Okay. Hold on here. I am getting. Okay, there. Press that. And. God, that's taking an awful long time. There we go. Okay. Here we go. This is like one of the tests. If it eventually comes up, and everybody on X and on Rumble that are also watching, nice to see you guys. And how many people we got watching? Oh, we got 6 people on X. Hello to all of you. There we go.
Oh, nice. Welcome.
Okay, so this is kind of like, you know, one of the tests that I had to do. So as you can see by the middle panel, done in pencil. So you know, kind of the thing that I got to get back into, and because this one, I think I can look at the date on this, but you can kind of see what I was like trying to go for, essentially.
Yeah.
So that's yeah.
Does Electro wear a cup or protector of any kind?
February 1st. Oh yeah, no, totally cup. Because this was like 2024, so this is like 2 years ago. So it's been a while since I've like done or practiced backgrounds and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's definitely one of the things that I gotta practice on. So, so you guys kind of, let me see if I can zoom in on this a little bit. So because so we got a like a kind of a cityscape in the background. Yeah, he definitely has a cup. So yeah, it's
It's what I got to work on.
And kind of like what I was saying before, you just gotta do these things. And as much as it is a pain in the ass to do,
Well, practice makes perfect. That's
you
the only way
just
you're
got
going to
to
get better.
do it. That's right. So, let's bring that back up. Yeah. So anyway, to all of you, you can sort of kind of see then, I guess, kind of how you do this. And like I said, it's all and admitting certain weaknesses because definitely not one to say, oh yeah, hey, no, I'm about this. No, I am not. I am far from it. This is what the whole journey is about. So
Well, exactly. That's
you
how
might
you
as
get
well
better.
just make the most of it. And it gives you a little bit of an excuse. So anyway, yeah, I was hearing because over Christmas and New Year's, our gas prices went down to
Oh, wow. I think the microwave just blew a fuse, and we lost we lost CRC. Well, I'm sure he'll be back. In the meantime, what can we do to entertain while he's away? Uh, well, I can't do magic tricks. I'm no good at that. I can tell stories though. Done lots of that. Huh. No, the last thing we heard was I think a microwave, a small explosion, and then Comic Relief Crusader just disappeared. So, I have an obligation. I was just writing in the private chat that I've got to take off here in a minute with a buddy. But hopefully Mike comes back before that. Otherwise, I don't know. We'll see how things go. Yeah, he was saying you got to tackle things that you're not comfortable with. He was referring to drawing, but I believe in a life in general that applies to all kinds of different things. I used to hate going around and selling what was it, the Boy Scout Apple Day. Go around and you have to go door to door to raise money for Boy Scout camp, and I hated going out and selling apples. But as a result of that, going and cold calling on people's doors around all kinds of neighborhoods that people know. Back when they let kids go to strangers' doors, I learned to overcome my fear of confronting strangers like that, and so it helped a great deal in business. Hi, you're back. Maybe.
I am.
But yeah, just
Wow.
talk about big things you're not
hopefully,
comfortable
maybe.
with because it'll pay off.
That was not.
Yeah, you blew a fuse or something.
I did.
But I was just explaining to the chat, Mike, I'm out of time. Can you believe it's been 50 minutes already, and I've got obligations. I gotta go. But this was fun. Of all the days,
not a problem, dude.
that I have to do something on a Sunday.
No, that's all good.
Are you? Yeah, you're back. You're stable. You're good.
As far as I know, yes. So, all good. If not, I'll just manage. So, all good, bud.
Okay. Well, you have a great day, my friend, and I don't know. We're gonna go. We gotta go. we got to do some heavy lifting and move equipment, so we're going to be a couple hours. But if you're still back on in like 3 hours, you'll see me.
Cool, dude. Not a problem. And for all of you guys that want to subscribe to Canadian Spider-Man, yeah, you too, man. Go ahead. I mean, come on, everybody's like subscribe to Canadian Spider-Man because he's our Canadian Spider-Man. No, it's all good, man. So, and
travel
every Thursday. That's right. Spidey's adventures around the world. So, you definitely want to drop in for that kind of thing.
Yeah. I might go back to Venezuela now. It's looking good, right?
Yeah, totally. 100%. So,
all right.
Now you can be as rich as a Venezuelan, like they said back in the 50s. Yeah, you too, man.
They were so rich. And then communism and socialism, right? So,
yeah, go.
All right, you have a great day, buddy.
All right, see you, dude.
All right, take care, and thanks, Vince.
And that was our friendly neighborhood Canadian Spider-Man. So, let's see. As for what's going on with Rumble. Okay, well, still there on Rumble. And hopefully that lag is not going to happen again. God. Because I did the stupid thing, and Winrave, how's it going, dude? Yeah. Vince, Canadian government doesn't want me talking about gas prices. My God. That's pretty much it. No, what I was going to say before I was like knocked off, and what I was going to ask Spidey is that apparently I had heard that gas prices were about $1.80, $1.90, or something like that. So, yes, Gap, it totally 100% was. Yeah, and Collector, how's it going, dude? Happy New Year from New USA, and indeed happy Nicholas Day. Yeah, so same to you. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I hope you had a great Christmas and New Year's, you guys. So great that you can be here. And I'm gonna see if Tom is gonna join in at some point. So I think he might. If I'm lucky, he will. And like I said, Al is taking the day off because he's visiting with friends. So, and that is fine by me. So, anyway, so what's going on? Yeah. I am tackling a nemesis here, and that is doing backgrounds, and yeah, as you can see before I got knocked off, I was kind of showing like hungry boy tests that I was doing. So, and I haven't done it in like about 2 years. So it is time to essentially, practice up some more. Doing an awful lot of drawing. And I gotta get back into the swing of things, You gotta have that fear, I suppose. Be awfully dumb to, have a comic if it doesn't even have any backgrounds. It's gonna look awfully retarded. So that's what it is. So that's what we're going to be practicing up, is doing backgrounds and try to make a half decent cityscape of some sort. And you know what? Just to give a little bit of a thank you to Canadian Spider-Man dropping on by, I should put a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. swinging on one of these. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's erase some lines here. And then you kind of like you kind of start to see it taking shape. Canadian Spider-Man. There we go. Gas. Really, it's $1 in salmon arm. Huh. Wow. I didn't know that. Because I heard around the Vancouver area, it's like about $1.80. If not a little bit more, which is insane. Because I remember when I was in Burnaby, I think it was about maybe, let me think, about 3-4 years ago, it was like about $1.65. And that was about like maybe 4 or 5 years ago when it was in Burnaby. The collector says the leader was at 14 pesos for super. That's about 60 cents. Really? In Mexico? Dang, why do you get it so cheap? That's amazing. And the collector and our fellow Venezuelans are having an endless party as we wait to hear the next Viva Donald No. Donald No. Oh my god, yeah. Love it, dude. I love it. What's going on? Let's see. And Vince says, Krita. Yes, I actually looked at that program, dude. Krita has a perspective assistant, but I still need to figure out how it works properly. Okay. Yeah, and that's kind of why I'm like testing this out. I never really used it on Clip Studio Paint, so that's why I'm using the perspective assistant on this too. So, just to get used to it. And Spidey says Kelowna gas, $1.24. Well, that's not too bad. Because a few days ago, last week, it was $1.20 here in Carstairs. So that doesn't sound too bad. So, but yeah, kudo to Venezuela for what's going on over there. You guys party like it's 1999, dudes. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. We're gonna conquer this pain of backgrounds. We're gonna get back into it again. And you know what? It's not gonna be that bad. I'm not gonna get daunted by this. Because you know what? Especially if you're doing buildings, you know what? It's not going to be perfect, but it's for most of you out there. You'll get the gist of it, is what I'm saying. So, and here's the thing. The more you add certain lines, you end up seeing, how three-dimensional you can end up making an object look. So, like right here, just adding a few extra lines, it makes a window look like, there's a little bit of a windowsill, and that a window is actually placed in there. Same with the door, with the, that there's an actual doorway there. So, and to Tree Rock, if you do end up showing up, essentially you'll see that really perspective isn't as hard as it seems. So, and you can kind of have fun with it. The only thing I really need to do and really practice on is nature, forests, stuff like that, because I really got to learn how to end up drawing trees. No, you know what? I'm going to lower my brush stroke. Because here's the thing. The further away you get from an object, the lines should be further.
It's too tall. What is? Just take the sweater off your shoulder.
So we're going to do this.
Just, oh God, my back. Okay. So it's around the same, approximately. I'm just gonna make it a little longer.
So you can kind of take a look on this side.
Something just really simple.
And if I turn this off, it's starting to take shape. If you can see. So let's check on the comments here. Heck yeah. Colonial gas 124. Okay, so far so good. Let's see. Let's do something here. Do-do-do-do. You know what? Let's make this a little bit of a doorway. You know what I should probably do, guys? While I'm doing these these kind of shows, I just kind of thought of it. And for some odd reason, I have the funny feeling that I'm taking a little bit of a page out of Vince's mind. I should probably get myself a Bob Ross wig while I'm doing these drawing streams. So, oh yeah, the last landscape drawing you showed us looked really awesome. Well, yeah, because it was very angular, and so for some odd reason that just turned out well. And if you remember, the road along the hillside. Actually, I'm gonna show you something a little later on. Because with the road, what about Clip Studio Pro, and that's why I do like this program. I know you're using Krita right now, Vince. If you can, like I said, try a free trial of Clip Studio Pro, if you can. I'm not trying to say you have to, but there are reasons for it. What you can do on Clip Studio Pro is because a lot of the manga artists in Japan, they are starting to use this program, and it's a really powerful program. And like I said before, you can do animation stuff like that as well on this if you get like the top tier program. But in it, you can download free material that people will put up, like three-dimensional assets and materials and stuff like that. Some people will make particular types of brushes, and sometimes for free. So you can totally get free materials basically that you can use. Put on in their materials catalog, like say male or female standing poses, for example. And there might be like 18 volumes of different positions that you can do, or brush collection of, say, footprints in the snow, stuff like that, right? Or some people will even put on the material for just like a simple room with like some furniture in it or something like that. I mean, heck, you can even download like a ponytail brush if you wanted to. I don't know. Just people make certain brushes to make things a little easier, which ain't necessarily a bad thing. If you want to do that kind of stuff. And then some people also, to make a few extra, sometimes they will sell certain assets. Like say, like a back alley in a residential zone. Certain types of brushes, um, to to draw with, or certain pens, or like that, and which is not a bad thing. Um, oh, Krita also does animation. That's awesome. I like that. And yeah, so you saw that Clip Art Studio has some 3D mannequins. Yes, that you can pose and use as reference. Yeah, they're not too shabby. Um, but I kind of want to stick to. Yes, it does make it easier, especially some line that you want to do. Um, but I want to try to learn how to do it first. And and I don't think in a way it's. I don't want it's cheating. It's not really cheating per se. It's just um I kind of see it at times like an assist, because one muscle memory, so to speak, learning at certain things, it really all in all shouldn't be that bad. Actually, hold on a second. I'm gonna correct that. Let's do it that way. This is the way it should go. Gives a little bit of depth. Um, if it helps you out, then okay, sure, fine. I get that. So, and if Krita does the same thing, yeah, I took a look at it. It looks pretty much on par with Clip Studio Pro, and if that does animation as well, then that's actually pretty cool. Because that's the one thing on my bucket list that I want to give a little bit of a try. So, um, yeah, that's the thing. As long as you don't trace it, it's not cheating. Even use references. No, exactly. So, I will say the road that I did on that one particular page, there was a road asset that was in Clip Studio Pro. However, it was a straight road, and so what you can do is you can manipulate it so it goes around a curve, and you can kind of trace it, but it also allows you to just you don't have to say trace everything. You can modify it the way you want it, right? So if you want it a particular sort of way as you're drawing it, then as long as you're not full out copying the whole entire thing, then great. You should be leaving it open to add your little I don't want to say imperfections, because nothing is perfect. No materials are perfect. Or no, I should say it this way. When you're drawing the world, right? Like, say you're drawing a building, there's always going to be nicks and, maybe a brick knocked out or something like that. It can't look perfect because that's boring. So, you know what I mean. You know what maybe I'm just not explaining it well. Yeah, and they got 3D mannequins that you can pose and use for reference. Yeah, exactly. So, um, yeah, it's look at it as an assist. There's a guy on Facebook. Some of you might know him because he worked over at IDW and a few other places. EJ Sue. Really, really nice guy. Like, really nice guy. And I think it was a couple of years ago. I don't know if I have them here. in front of me. No, they're in a bag. They're in a bag in my closet. Um, I said, what was a really good way to um, learn how to pose characters, as I want to draw them. And he's like, oh, hey. Well, then he gave me a link of these Figma. I think it was, Figma characters of male and female. And they come with like little accessories. They come with like, like a phone, like a smartphone, a laptop. There was like a pistol or two. Let's see, a sword, and a bunch of other little different hand positions and stuff like that, that you can use. And they all plug into a stand. And so if you wanted to draw it, you just pose it and away you go. And apparently you can even do it in such a way that you can take a picture with your phone and then somehow transfer it into a program like this, or probably Krita or something like that. So, and then you can kind of trace it. So, but it's all about developing like, a good muscle memory is what it really is. So that and you want to make sure that you're doing it correctly. So, because so many people go, they end up learning the wrong way. So, Vince says, yeah, that one thing I don't like with using the Loomis method when doing heads, they usually turn out to look quite similar, kind of like Dragon Ball Z characters. Yes, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. The Loomis method. Oh my God, yeah. They all the You're right. All the heads do end up looking up the same. They do. Winrave. Yes. Figworks. That's what it was. Yeah, the Figworks characters. Does it have does have basic figures artists? Yes. That's what I got. That's what EJ Sue told me to get. So I got both of them. I got a female one and I got a male one. So I mean, might as well, right? And Scottish says, "Hey Mike, have you seen X Transbot's camshaft? I think it's their Blue Streak. I did, and it's shipping out now. But I will tell you this: it is not their Blue Streak. It's totally not. So, because other dats will be on their way, maybe sometime in the future, but I don't want to say when." Oh man. Yes, actually, that should be shipping out now, and a few of the pictures should be actually shipping out now as well. So, just to let you know. Okay. So, uh, so not that I'm going to get a whole ahead of myself, but so anyway, um, yeah. As for learning, I'm like I said before, I'm fortunate to take some lessons from Hungry Boy. I really honestly hope he does come back soon. Uh, because I will say this. See, I'm gonna list one. No, you know what? No, I'm gonna leave that line. Because I will say this. I know he did say that once you get good enough, if you want to go ahead and draw on digital, go on right ahead. But he was 100% right in saying, you know what, practice with pen and paper first. That's definitely one lesson that I'm going to tell you guys. So, do it on paper. Start out on paper. And there's a reason why. And the reason is this, is that there's just something about feeling that textile rubbing of paper to pencil. There's just something about, just feeling that feeling of paper to pencil that I like, that I enjoy. And you know what? And always have a sketchbook. Have a sketchbook. You gotta have a sketchbook. And just doodle away. If you can afford to, take it with you. And you know what? And I'm gonna say I'm 100% guilty of this because I don't sketch enough in my sketchbook, and I got a big one. I should probably show it to you guys. Because I have drawn in it. I got a few ideas in there. Some of them are pretty crappy, and you know what? And it's actually okay if the drawings are crappy. Just it's fine to make mistakes. It's all good. Let's see. He says, okay. Look like Bruce Blue Streak. Nah, it's okay, dude. Don't worry about it. You know what? Hold on a second here. Yes. Rumble has finished uploading. Next week's Saturday movie matinee. There we go. And upload, share, and license your videos. Blah, 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 blah. Video upload complete. And hopefully, I am not roboting much anymore. I already have a sketchy book I diddle away with. God. You naughty, naughty boy. Oh, jeez. Where is my sketchbook? I put it somewhere. Oh, yeah, it's right there, right in front of me. I got a couple of bleed. Dang. Okay. Pop Culture Republic! How's it going, dude? Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, and everything. I hope you had a great Christmas and New Year's, man. So, I miss ya. You know what? I'm gonna say this because I know Tom isn't here yet. Hopefully, he comes on by. I'm gonna say this. Tom misses you too. So, because he was mentioning about it just kind of feels the same, or no, just kind of feels different a little lately. Just missing Appion, missing Pop, and God, I want Appion back. I want the gang back. So, and he says, 1 point perspective. I remember doing that in art school. Yeah. I bet you do. I'm doing it to conquer my fears. Or really not so. It's more like I haven't done this kind of thing in 2 years, and if you don't do it, you tend to lose it. And I don't want to lose it. Hold on a second here. 1 second. It's because I know you put a link.
I'm going to click on the link. I'm going to see what this is all about. I'm betting it's something funny. I know it is. It's got to be. Oh my god. What? Two-Face with different hair. Oh my god. You're right. I can't unsee this now. Damn it. Worldview is now shattered. All these characters are the same. Just with their hair. Oh my god. It's horrible. Let's see. Pop with sage words of wisdom. Don't fear the 1 point perspective. It's easy ruler and pencil on paper. But I see you. I see you there. Some program. Yes, Clip Studio Pro. So you're not sorry, Vince. I know you're not. No, Pop actually. Canadian Spider-Man was here earlier, and I showed one of the tests I was doing with Hungry, and I quit. As I showed, I have no problem doing it. It's a matter of getting back into it because I hadn't done it in quite a while. So it's not really, maybe being fearful was kind of an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. It's about getting back into it. It's just about doing it. So, and eliminating the proverbial bullets. So, and like what we were kind of discussing earlier, the better you get at something, if you can eliminate a weakness, and then you're kicking arse and taking names. So, but like I said before, the one thing I really, 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 really got to work on is nature. So that's the one thing I really want to work on, my hardest. Because drawing cityscapes and everything, that's not bad. It's okay. But where the adventures of my protagonist is clearly out in nature most of the time, it's about drawing basically those environments, right? So it's about learning to make a tree or a bush all intents and purposes, basically stuff like that. And anyway, so another thing that Vince was saying, because we were taking we were talking about the assets, which is all fine in doing that, but here's the thing, I want to learn how to do it. And Penny, you got to get going. Not a problem. And Penny, you have yourself a wonderful rest of the weekend, and we talk to you later. And why do you like that? Just in the nick of time. Look at this. We got Al.
What's up, dude?
How are you? I was watching your stream, and you're discussing perspective, and I could not help myself to make sure that I showed up in a jiffy.
Okay. Well, you just didn't have to rush on my account.
No, it's okay.
You
I took care of all the things I had to do today, so
Oh, okay.
I'm just wondering. Yeah, do you still have that 6-second lag going on?
I didn't. I was uploading something onto Rumble for next week's movie matinee, All Quiet on the Western Front. So I think the lag is gone. Plus, on top of that, this past week, I did a thorough cleaning of my computer. With redundant files and stuff like that. So hopefully, everything should be okay. Collector, how is Hungry Boy? Send him my hearty greetings. I really miss him, and I hope to still hope to get him back one day. Yes, I sent him a message on Christmas Eve, another video postcard, so to speak. So yeah, I'm just hoping to hear back from him. So let's see. And he also says, today I found a Kenner Silver Surfer mint on card in a flea market. Dude. Nice. Dang. Lucky duck. And the guy asked for $5. I couldn't believe it. Man. Really? Jeez, dude. That's crazy. That's nuts. I like that. He's my favorite character too. So, how was the gelato?
You still can't robot a little. I never went to Geo's before. Yeah, it was great. Food was great. Service was great. It wasn't too pricey. Yeah, I just went with some friends yesterday. We ended up staying there for like 3 hours almost. So that prevented me from running the errands yesterday, which I wanted to run. So, yeah, I had to run all the errands today. So, yeah, the waitress was great. You know what it is? Here's a couple things. One is it's very difficult finding a very good restaurant to go to. Whether, the service is good, the food's good, all that sort of stuff. But, yeah, Geo's in Port Jervis, New York, yeah, we had a great time. They had artwork on the walls. The service was great. I had a hamburger. It was like $12, I guess. Came with fries. You can get fries and or chips, and just we had coffee after. So yeah, the burger was like $11 or $12. Yeah, so it was very good. Can't complain at all. So yeah, I very much would like to go back.
Nice.
So yeah, it's especially now, like everything's so expensive ever since. Yeah, it was quite wonderful. But yeah, the people I was with yesterday, they've been there before. So. I sent you a few images through Facebook Messenger concerning perspective. Would you be able to show those or not?
I can definitely try. Let's have a look here. Ooh, these look interesting because I'm looking at my. Yeah, let's do that. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were able to do that.
Close that screen. Yeah, more than likely.
Okay.
I think so. Cause oh, hey man, how's it going? See, this is what we were talking about earlier, what Canadian Spider-Man was talking about earlier. Comic Venezuela, we have powerful Russian air defense systems. US military. Yeet. Oh, man. You thought you did. Oh, my God. Okay. Yeah, how's it going, man? I haven't seen you in a while. It's great that you can be here. Let's see. I'm Western Knights. Maria Remark. If you really want to understand German mentally, read that book and watch the movie with us. The best I know to understand what came later. Okay. Yeah. And let's see. And Merkel throwing some stones is not exactly qualified air defense. Yeah, no, that's true. That is true. Okay, so let me bring up the perspective stuff. Yeah.
Because, well, there's a lot about making comics and graphic novels, which is not always easy. Perspective is one of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when I was in college at the School of Visual Arts, one of my teachers was Sal Amendola. And Sal Amendola was a writer and an artist for people like DC Comics and Archie Comics. He was an editor at DC Comics. He may have been an editor at Archie, I don't know. But I know when Sal was an editor at DC, it was around the time that Darwin Cook was trying to get into DC Comics. Darwin Cook, kind of, famous comic book artist and writer. He did, what was it called? Oh, The New Frontier, the graphic novel, which is fantastic.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I did, so I have like 2 folders of material of handouts that Sal had given us in class. And I think I had Sal as a teacher for 2 semesters. I signed up for his class 3 years. For 3 years. 1 year he didn't teach that class. Gene Colan taught that class, and that particular year I also took Gene's other class. So Gene's class twice in a row 1 year. But so Sal was he was really, what I learned a lot from Sal Amendola is perspective. I've got like 2 folders of like all the stuff he handed out to me, when I was a student. He also was big on color. Teaching us how to color, as well as inking. So probably my second favorite teacher in college. So this one handout. So when I saw you were talking about perspective, I just turned on my scanner, opened up Photoshop, and I just scanned a few of these handouts from Sal's class. I just took like 4 items. That I thought might be kind of important. So this here is 2-point and 3-point perspective. It's also the same sort of stuff I would hand out to my students when I was teaching, because perspective is very tricky. But Sal was great.
It can be.
It is, and unless you, it's one of the things you really can't fudge. There's certain things you can fudge when drawing comics.
Yeah.
Perspective, I don't think is one of them. If you
no.
If you have bad perspective, it looks really quite terrible. Another thing I think when making comics, if your lettering is bad, that's a huge eyesore, especially like if you want to work in comics or if you want to go to school to learn about drawing comics and graphic novels. The most amateurist thing you can do in your portfolio, whether you're showing stuff to an editor or trying to get into a school, is very bad lettering. But perspective is probably like number 2. So here it was just like
really, I wouldn't think that lettering would be like number 1. Really,
it is, especially when before we had digital lettering, when you had to do hand lettering, because a lot of comic book artists, they think of lettering as an afterthought, so they'll usually probably compose a page or pencil a page and just try to fit the lettering in, and that always looks quite terrible. So when you're composing a page, when you're laying out a page in thumbnails or penciling, it's important to make sure how much text and or word balloons are going to be in a panel, so that you have enough space for the text or the word balloons, and placement of the word balloons as well, because you're reading comics, right? It's different from animation or film, where in animation and in film you're watching animation and film. Comics, you read comics. You read the text. You read the illustration in the panel, and your eye has to move left to right. So you can use word balloons and captions and lettering to draw your reader's eyes, within a panel, also from going from one panel to the next. Yeah, there's a lot of tricks to the whole lettering thing, but I think a lot of cartoonists think of lettering as an afterthought, especially if they're just geared towards wanting to be a pencil. But yeah, lettering is not something you just slap in at the last second.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Let's see. So here, yeah, you got your picture plane, any shape areas within which the picture is drawn. So yeah, and this is kind of like how we started out today. Your horizontal line, basically eye level, which is what we've done in the program that we kind of started with here in Clip Studio Pro, and that's why I add the perspective lines to kind of give you a good idea. It's like a grid and assist in a way, right? So and today, yeah, I figure being the new year, we'll do 1 point perspective, and it's like I said. This is something that I got to brush up on. And it's not as hard as you might think. It just takes practice like everything else. So when it comes to 2 point, that's when things get really interesting. And 3rd point, 3-point perspective, yeah, like what Pop said, yeah, it's a flashback to his art school days.
And your horizon line is not always eye level, like that last section, the bottom section.
Exactly.
Yeah, so your horizon line is actually above eye level. So that's more like a bird's eye view. So a bird's eye view is, when you sort of theoretically have, figuratively, a camera that is above your people or your subject that you're illustrating in the panel. But yeah, if you want to flip through these real quick, this is probably the most. But he had a lot of these, So this is everything. So this is Sal's work, and this is like a worm's eye view. So you're kind of looking up at the people. He's got the perspective. He has people, on the streets. He probably drew this stuff probably like late 70s. I'm thinking.
Wow.
I had his class like in the mid and late 1980s. A lot of detail. I think what you're saying about perspective is true. And it just kind of occurred to me now that we're talking about it. Perspective kind of like math. Like once you kind of figure out how like 2-point, 3-point perspective goes and where your vanishing points are and your horizon line goes, after that, all you got to do is connect the dots. Just draw the lines to connect the dot from one dot to the.
Yes.
And once you figure that out, everything will work perfectly.
Yeah. Then you can just see, because like what I was doing on drawing here, it's like you add a few extra lines here and there, and you have a ledge, or you have a doorway. The doorway seems more 3-dimensional now instead of just paste it up against a wall or something like that, like a sticker. All you have to do is just lines, and then flat. Like a flat drawing all of a sudden becomes or starts to take the shape of a 3-dimensional object on a flat 2D page, basically. And I mean, you take a look at this drawing right here. And like what I was showing you guys in the chat earlier of of that city scene that I was doing, it's precisely this. The more lines that you add here and there, things start to magically take shape, basically. And there are so many little nuggets of information in this, because you take a look. First of all, you take a look at the your horizon line. Okay, that's easy, and it's a lower level. It's not like the middle of the page. Technically, on 1st point perspective, and we'll talk about the other perspectives that. Maybe next week we'll do 2-point perspective or something like that, because this is stuff that I do need to, and again, it's bringing you guys along for the ride, right? So do have your horizon. It doesn't have to be the middle of the page. It can be like upper, bring it higher. It could be lower, like what Al said. It could be like, like a worm's eye view kind of thing. But you take a look at the sidewalk, and it's basically a grid. It's just adding lines. Well, I mean, with this, it's going to have to be at least 2-point perspective. And Daniel Berry Sports Highlights, how's it going, dude? Because you add 2 focus points, and you look at your sidewalk here, where all the lines are going, crisscrossing basically everywhere. You can immediately tell this is kind of like a 2-point perspective right here. And everything just falls into place. And it's saying, like with the building here, you can tell it's technically like a 2-point perspective. You just have to imagine the focus points are off the page, and then you just add lines, and there you go. You got a 3-dimensional building right there in front of you.
I also sent you some one piece from.
Okay.
I sent you one piece, an extra piece, something from the Sword of Eden graphic novel. Sometimes you will have to draw your vanishing points outside of the piece of So I would have to tape down my drawing, my paper on my desk, and have somewhere else on my art table where the vanishing point is. And then so
you've done that too. Oh my God.
Sometimes you have to. That your paper is not large enough to include one or more vanishing points. So when that happens, you just got to take down your artwork and find a spot on your art table to draw the vanishing point. So this is Sal Amendola again. So he would have us drawing people walking up staircases, in perspective, which is he was great, which is not easy.
No, this is not easy.
Absolutely not easy.
There's a part of me that wants to take it on.
Oh, it's insane, dude! If I could, I would mail you copies of all the stuff that he gave me. I kept everything he gave me.
Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! Let's see. Okay, and then this one here. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. The top panel, so to speak, is more of a bird's eye view, and then the bottom panels, it's almost eye level.
Yeah. I like this. See, this is all nuggets of information that you guys just
So
totally 100%.
Oh, all right. So and there's my crap. So because see the black lines, the black lines. So that's your horizon line. So and then first on the top part, the horizon line is higher up, for the bird's eye view, and then the bottom part, it's more eye level. Yeah, and I just wanted to show that last bit, which is a page from the Sword of Eden graphic novel, which has So that's me doing perspective, based on stuff that I learned from Sal Amendola's class, and also with this, it's a splash page from the Sword of Eden graphic novel, and it's not even a straight on shot. I turned the camera a little, so the buildings are kind of on an angle a bit too. So I'm sure I used stuff.
It makes it more fun and dramatic.
It does. Well, that's the whole point, because in that part of the story, Nemish Man gets hit by the Green Knight, and he goes flying into a building. So so it's on an angle. You can see buildings in the background. There's some zipatone all the way at the top on the side of the one checkered. That's old zipatone that I still had left, but mostly it's all hand drawn. The lines for the building were used with a straight edge or a triangle and a pen nib, and that I taped that page down and use a T-square and triangle to make sure all the lines are straight and perpendicular. And we were talking. I mentioned how lettering is important, so there's some text on there for the sound effect. So all those things have to, you have to keep all that in mind.
And Pop. Attack at the Dutch angles, slanted angles.
Yeah, it makes a difference. It really does. It's like what Mike was saying. For drama, forced perspective. This isn't quite forced perspective. It will enhance the drama in your storytelling.
and Vince just has to add it in, and yet again, no airplane. Oh my god! I think he's making a 9/11 reference.
Oh, well, that's just cool.
Jeez.
So there you go. So that I just wanted to share.
But it's all extremely handy information. And like I said before, earlier in the show, the reason why I'm doing this is because there was a fellow guy here that helping with a little bit of stuff here because he wants to do animation and quite a few times he was saying that he was just having a little bit of a problem with perspective. So it's like, okay, well, you know what? Hey, New Year, and we're starting over again and a brand new year, and yeah, let's get a little perspective on a new year of what we're gonna do, what we're gonna perspective.
Well, that's
Exactly.
Right. So I remember that.
Exactly what I'm saying.
I do, because I think that was last Sunday.
It.
And I
will get it.
Yeah, I think you saw this.
So
because what I had said is that I have no books on perspective. So all the perspective I have as far as instruction goes, it's just all the handouts that I got from Sal Medilla's class. So there's no book that I could even think of to recommend on perspective because I don't know of any.
I think that you know what? I'll have to see if I can find a book.
I think Mike's robot eating.
Something out of Japan. Yeah, I probably
I
am. Yeah, dang it.
All right. You said there's a book on perspective, a Japanese book on perspective?
Yeah, that more than likely there's going to be a Japanese book on perspective. Yeah, I know. Right. I was a bit of roboting there. Yeah. What happens, I guess, on this channel. Let me close something else down because I don't really need this up. There we go. That should do. That should do. Pop Culture Republic says, yeah. It's a beginning for when almost every shot of theirs is a dutton how to hold the camera. Japan. I know that when it comes to and manga out of Japan, there is like an instruction book for everything. Really everything. Yeah, and I know one of them is like definitely how to do backgrounds, and I'm sure they gotta have a book on perspective. I mean, why not, right?
I mean, I would hope.
I mean, they got a book for everything else. Yeah. Huh.
I know in the States.
Have to look that up now because now I'm really curious.
You can find a lot of books on how to draw manga or comics or whatever in the U.S. If you go to this is going to sound terrible. So there's Michael's. It's like an arts and crafts store in the States. I know there's a lot of the Michael's stores over here.
I know Michael's.
Yeah, everything in those stores. Like if you're just like a high schooler or something, you could probably find some material art supplies there that might be worthwhile, or some instructional books. But mostly it's stuff like how to draw manga, illustrated by somebody who's never actually drawn manga before. So I think it's really important to learn from people that have actually worked in the field in which you want to learn. So and I always, whenever we talk about this stuff, I'm always rattling off various different books that I've liked over the years. But Yeah. Make sure whoever,
No, that's fine.
whatever art book you're buying, it's by people that have actually done that work professionally, not just some artist who got some art job from a publisher.
Oh yeah, because when I looked at those books in Michael's, yeah, how do you draw manga? It's never
Right.
a it's never an actual Japanese. It never is, never is. And taking a look at some of their art, those actual books. I'm sorry, it just to me it looks horrible. It just does. It's like you said. It's like some publisher hired artist or something like that.
Yep.
And no, your culture republic. Yeah, manga art can get crazy. Here's the thing. You take a look at somebody like let's say Todd McFarlane or Jim Lee, okay, who can get like Jim Lee. He can get like really technical. Whenever he's like drawing machinery or anything like that, I know he likes to use a lot of fine lines. Well, maybe that's Scott Williams. I'm not sure, but Jim Lee can get very technical with his artwork. Todd McFarlane, he'll just add lines everywhere, right? And that artwork, it's extremely very busy, and that can get very crazy. You look at a lot of other manga artists, and some of them can get so insanely detailed. It'll make some American artists like just have their heads spinning. It's nuts. And I'm not saying that they're superior to American artists. I'm not saying that whatsoever. Um, I'm saying it depends on the artist. It depends on the degree of, I don't know, insanity that you want to go through, I guess. So, or is it just merely like what's the word I'm looking for? Flexing your kind of thing.
Well, I can.
So,
I think some of the early image guys, and back then, and I'm a huge fan of the early image books. But I think like people like Todd McFarlane, especially Jim Lee, maybe Rob Liefeld, they started working in comics in the mid and late 1980s. And I think they were probably really influenced by the work of Barry Windsor Smith. And if you ever look at the work of Barry Windsor Smith, there's a lot of those lines on the figure, especially on the face and stuff. And I was kind of reminded of that. I was watching an episode of Cartoonist Kayfabe, and I watched two videos by them in regards to Barry Windsor Smith, and they were pointing out some of possibly some of Todd McFarlane's and certainly Jim Lee's influences being Barry Windsor Smith. And one thing that they had showed was there was an issue of X-Men, and it was like a Wolverine solo story where he fights Lady Deathstrike. Beautiful artwork by Barry Windsor Smith. He also did the coloring for the issue. Came out in '86, I think. It was gorgeous. Written by Chris Claremont. Yeah, but if you look at that stuff, you are easily reminded of what came later in regards to Todd McFarlane and Jim Lee, which is fine. Because I've been certainly influenced by people. I think they probably got a lot of the detail in their figures by people like Barry Windsor Smith. And Barry Windsor Smith was great. And I liked Todd McFarlane's Spider-Man. And I loved Jim Lee's X-Men and Wildcats. Those guys were great.
Oh yeah, 100%. Let's see here. Yeah, it's the one thing that I've always been is just it's a lot of things, and it can look very daunting. It can look very intimidating for the most part, at least for somebody like me, especially maybe even for somebody out. Because sometimes what goes on through your head you know, this must have taken a to in order to get that good. And it's like, well, yeah, you have to, because if you're not going to put any sweat equity into what you want to do for I don't know, for either for a job or as a hobby, it just you just gotta make it happen. So
And you got to love it. So
that's how you get.
If you don't love it,
practicing. But,
well, Mike is right. So practice and loving doing what you're doing. Another thing, which I don't know if you. Well, I was going to mention, like, your
go for
perspective drawing here. Some of the lines, like, all the lines that are closer to your audience are probably going to be a little thicker and then get thinner as it goes back into the background. I don't know if you can even do that.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Yeah, see how the line weight's all the same all the way through from the foreground to the background?
That's the thing, because it's kind of consistent and annoys me.
It's not a big deal.
That's the thing. No, it's not really a big deal. I just want to figure out how to do it in this program. So I'm still kind of like learning this program as it is. So right now it's kind of like just giving the, for all intents and purposes, the basics on, you know, how to kind of drop perspective. So
yeah, so far it's good.
Yeah, not too shabby. Just playing around with it, and that's what you kind of got to do. Just play with it.
I would also, when you're drawing, like, because you kept saying backgrounds, not only learning how to do perspective, I think you should, not you, well, all of us, me, Mike, anyone who actually wants to learn how to draw comics, I would also look at real life, like look at like what buildings look like in, like, you know, your neighborhood or in Manhattan, and you know, because they're not all the same. So it's nice to know perspective, and you should, but you should also know what exactly the buildings look like. Because like here, Mike is drawing in very good perspective, very generic looking buildings. But what kind of stores are these? Are these, you know, shoe stores, comic book stores, nice, you know, Gio's restaurant or something? You know, so I would look at real life buildings and give each building its own character. And also, if you have to come up with names of stuff, like the name of that store, use names that you like, or based on things that you like. You know, and a lot of, you know, writers actually do stuff like that. I know, for example, the Max comic book. The Max's other name was Bear Lappin, and it had to do with a reference to Brer Rabbit from Walt Disney, and I think Lappin means rabbit in either Latin or French. And no one's going to know that kind of stuff. But when you have to come up with a name of a store or a character that has some meaning to you, I think that's even better. There you go. See, Mike knows what I'm talking about. And even if your readers don't get it, like for example, like the Sword of Eden graphic,
add a little bit of character.
You do, exactly. Add character. Like if you even draw a crowd scene and you don't really want to draw a crowd scene, like on a street corner in Manhattan, for example, just make up the people in the crowd scene friends of yours, and it's actually a lot more fun to draw. No one else but your friends or you might get the joke, but it's just a lot easier to draw. I mean, I was doing stuff like that when I was working at Archie Comics. I was just adding stuff in the backgrounds to things. There was an issue of Sabrina the Teenage Witch where she goes into outer space, and there's kind of like a space bar, and it's kind of like from from Star Wars, the Mos Eisley bar in that movie.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
yeah.
So I drew me wearing a Star Trek shirt. Just like you just do stuff like that. So, just have fun with it. Oh, I was doing stuff like that all the time. There was like we were just talking about Todd McFarlane. Like I remember there's I think it was like a Jughead story or something. Yeah, it's like a scene in the Riverdale High School, and the kids are going to their lockers and stuff. And some kid, like I just drew a Spawn T-shirt on them, and usually I can get away with stuff like that. They never really catch it. Sometimes they do, but it was very rare. So whatever makes it fun.
Yeah, I remember, especially in Marvel Spider-Man, and I suppose yeah, exactly. Huge pizza. Nick Weiser approves. Nice. Yeah, this slice as big as your face.
I like that.
That's what I want.
Slice as big as your face. That's a great. Yeah. That's a great tagline. That's wonderful.
Oh, I love that. Slice. Okay. Remember when McFarlane again was drawing Spider-Man, and then later on in Spawn, and he would always add Felix the cat in his panels. It became a game after a while when he was doing Spider-Man. It always became a game with my friends and myself. We would always try to look for, like we didn't read the issue at first. It always ended up like like a Where's Waldo of, where's Felix the cat, before we would actually read the entire issue. So, it's stuff like that, and only to find out that he was a big fan of Felix the cat back in the day, and he probably obviously still is, because I mean Felix the cat has been around for years, obviously, by now. And that boop, the first iteration of Betty Boop, is public domain now, so there you go. If you want to go ahead and use it, you can go ahead and use it. So yeah, that was the other thing. Yeah, actually that was the other thing I was going to talk about, stuff that's actually public domain now. But no, if you're doing stuff, add little quirks, add little funny things that probably only you or your friends are gonna get. I kind of heard let's see, I think it was with Mainframe Animation when they did Beast Wars, and Mainframe, they're based in Vancouver. They did Beast Wars. They did what was it? Battle Planets. They did like a bunch of Barbie animated movies. A bunch of stuff. They were the ones that actually put out Reboot when Reboot first came out, like ages ago, and in Beast Wars, you would occasionally see like messages on the screen and stuff like that, and somebody actually took the time to kind of decipher the writing that was in the show, and you would find out that these were messages to each other of the people that worked in the studio at the time. And it was hilarious that once you got it, what the fonts were, like what letters were, what actual letters were associated with, the particular font in the show. Some of them were just downright hilarious, but it's always going to stay in there as a little like inside joke to everybody that played on staff. So, Padawannabe, how's it going, dude? You need an oxygen bar in there. Yes, I do. I should add one. Well, if it's New York, then yeah, you need all the oxygen that
that you can get.
Or New York.
Better want to be, yeah, definitely New York. Popeye the Slayer Man is on Prime. Oh, really? And speaking of public domain, it's got to be a horror with that name. Yeah. Popeye the Slayer Man. Because what was it last year? Popeye is public domain. So, yeah, just like what they did with Winnie the Pooh a couple of years ago. So,
okay,
but no, yeah. Sometimes you gotta add those fun little Easter egg that that nobody else gets because it's kind of fun, and then it leaves the
well, I remember
the rest of the people just guessing what it is.
Well, there was an inker. One of my favorite inkers was Terry Austin, and he inked a lot of Burns stuff, especially on Burns' run of Uncanny X-Men. And Terry Austin was always drawing like the Phantom Stranger and Popeye in the backgrounds of the pages of the X-Men book. And he used to get a lot of heat from editorial about it. But yeah, Terry Austin's inking John Burns' work, and there's crowd scenes, and he draws Popeye, and he draws the Phantom Stranger, which is neither of them were owned by Marvel, but yeah, you can see him there. It's great.
Right.
I remember.
I must have missed that.
Oh yeah, there's you can find a bunch of that stuff. I know there was something with Charles Xavier, and he was in outer space with the Shi'ar, and there's some sort of banquet or something, and there's a crowd scene of all these aliens, and Popeye and the Phantom Stranger could be seen in the background, added by the great inker Terry Austin.
Dang.
I remember. Oh yeah, I can. Yeah, I could probably. Well, I'm too lazy. I'm not gonna look right now. But I remember Steve Bissette had told me when he was working on Swamp Thing with Alan Moore.
Right.
Steve was drawing the musician Sting in the background of some panels. Sting, the
really
player and lead singer from the Police, one of my favorite bands. So yeah, so Steve was drawing Sting in the backgrounds of all these issues of Swamp Thing, and then Alan Moore uses the character and creates John Constantine, and that's where the character John Constantine comes from.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Vince says the maker of One Piece sent a message to the maker of who reciprocated in the last issue to One Piece. Just two artists respecting each other. Yeah, you'll get like that, and you know what? And it's in a comic forever and ever and ever. So, and yeah, it's like E.T. in Star Wars or R2D2 and C-3PO in Indiana Jones. Exactly. It's the fun little things like that that only fans would get, and if you hang around it long enough, then yeah, eventually you might end up getting these jokes too, right? It's like, oh yeah, I know exactly what he's doing here. So, yeah, so it's the fun stuff that just makes life grand. Let's see. Yeah. So just add a couple of windows. But pretty much most of you guys get the gist of it. So, and yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that one, but that's okay. So, but yeah, if you just take and and this is just very simple doing this right here. If you just take the time and use the guidelines, then you can eventually just come up with something pretty simple, like this, and like the picture that Al, all you have to do is just add a few little simple lines, and it just ends the difference. So something that kind of like looks flat on the screen, ends up becoming more three-dimensional. But like I said, let's see. And Vince says you have to make one section of the windows full length and put some ballerinas practicing in them. Ah, I should. You know what? Let's do that. Let's do that. One section full length. Or go the Disney route, he says, and put some naughty stuff in them. Patamotomy. I like that idea. Spaceballs the store. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Because merchandising. And you know what? Because I'm Dark Helmet. Yeah, I'm gonna have to send a Dark Helmet because I haven't seen him in a while. I'm gonna have to send a message to Dark Helmet and say, there we go. We drew Spaceballs the store. I love that. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's make that happen. Spaceballs the store. No wait. Okay. I draw this from memory. Oh my god. No, wait a minute. There we go. Huge Spaceballs. So There we go. There we go. Hey, how's it going, man? I hope you had a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And yeah, good to see you. There you go. May the Schwartz be with you. Exactly. um, let's see. In smaller text under the store. Oh yeah, merchandise, merchandise, merchandise. Yeah. Number one selling product is the this canned. Oh my god, and canned air. Oh my god. Okay, okay, okay. Hold on. Um. Okay, okay. Uh. There we go. There we go. Radar jams. Yes. 2-for-1 deal on radar jams. Disgruntled customer who bought all the canned air. Ever covers up the sweeps, the bleeps, and the creeps. Your Winnebago is needed. With an extended warranty. Oh my god, yeah. Radar jams now available in raspberry and grape. Oh, jeez. Oh my god, I love it. Okay, see, this is what we're talking about. You know, this is the fun stuff. You know that you can end up just doing in your comic. You know, because only people like us would get this, right? So let's see. As another joke, add a dead parrot shop. Oh god, you guys are killing me. Okay, okay, okay. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Okay, hold on, hold on. Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on, because this is all about doing perspective, the first perspective. So, and as long as are basically getting this, you know what? And like I said, this is obviously not meant to be, no, to be like a serious background that I'm working on. I mean, even though you know you get the gist of what we're kind of doing anyway. Let's see. Two customers walk out. You find anything? I didn't find shit. Oh yeah, that line in Spaceballs. Um, God, you guys, love you guys. Um, yeah, yeah. You just kind of get the idea that it's not as hard as some of you out there might think that it is. Okay, let's put our dead parrot shop right here. We'll do so. And if I could, doing a silly walk, then I would do that. So, and gonna have the shop window. Okay. How much is that dead parrot in the window? Okay, wait a minute. Okay. Um, hmm. No, you know what? Maybe on a second here. You know what, Vince? No, you know what? Let's do something. Dead parrot shop would be a giveaway. Let's if I post this, let's Facebook and X and stuff like that. We gotta sometimes I believe that, right? So let's see. Instead of the dead parrot shop, which obviously is a Monty Python reference, like duh, like we didn't get that, because we're all deprived nerds here on this channel. Bay. And wait a minute. There we go. Oh man, they're they're, they're printing. They're pining for the fjords. Paulie needs some smelling salts. Oh my god. Oh man. A worm store. We got worms. Oh, Dumb and Dumber. Yes, yes. They do sell dead parrots there. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Prices to die for. Oh, okay, okay. That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay. So we'll make it. We'll make it. There we go. Oh yes. You know what? Sense then, guys. Okay. First of all, there's a little for the shop. Okay. And because don't get have to have. Yeah, the bell rang as soon as you you open the door. So let's see, get parrot pop, get parrot cafe customer. I I won't have what he had. Oh my god. Okay. Um. Oh, somebody else is blooping in. It is the one and only Rancor Steve. How's it
¿Cómo estás?
going there, Bubba?
I'm doing good. It's cold.
Cold? Please.
Yeah.
In California?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like 80
Well,
degrees?
Yeah, I'm calling.
No,
shenanigans on
I'm
that kind.
out in the country.
Oh.
No, I can tell you right now. It's 52.
Oh, poor baby.
I know. It's not that bad. It's because it's been raining, and so like I'm cold because of that. I've been working on a solar panel. So yeah.
Oh, really happy now. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
What have you been doing, bud?
Doing pretty good. Waiting for my laundry to get done.
Nice. And Joe's
Yeah.
Atmosphere, how's it going, dude? Nice that you can do a drive-by, like and share. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. Yeah, and hey, if you guys are looking for all the football action, head over to Joe's Atmosphere and check out his channel, what's going on there. Pat, I want to be a guy unlocking the door. I shouldn't even be here today. If you know, you know. Oh, yeah. Oh, I get it. Yeah, so today, Steve, we are just having fun with first point perspective. And you know what? And here we go. Seeing how you've done film, you can even.
I don't know what you're talking
Al
about.
here, he's done the comics. He's shared some material. Yeah,
What?
because you've done films. You can tell us about perspective in film and how important maybe that is.
Okay.
And we can glean from your knowledge.
Every comic book movie ever made, there's a reason why you actually don't do it page by page. It's terrible. Like The Watchmen, it's not that good of a movie.
What?
Yeah, because like, okay, so what do you mean by what do you?
We'll let him on the show.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's the best reaction.
You dirty bastard.
But okay, so what do you mean by perspective? Like,
Okay,
because it can go
say in
different ways.
Yeah. Right. So let's say, like in film, obviously there are different perspective shots. Like drawing in a comic, when you're drawing a scene,
Yes.
you got first point, second point, third point perspective and stuff like that. Like what we were kind of showing earlier. Like you got like a worm's eye view, bird's eye view, eye level, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's pretty much the same like when you're filming. I mean, we got Pop Culture Republic obviously here, who's done photography, that also has chimed in with back to art school and stuff like that. So when you went to film school, is it like how did you learn perspective?
So
Thoughts?
it was mainly I learned through lighting and camera operating. And with lighting, that's the key point, because you can do any type of shot. You just need the lighting. And sometimes what you see on the comic books, it may not be what it will be on camera. It's just like when someone writes a script, it's not going to be 100% what the script was. because there's going to be changes. You have to do changes. That's why, like, for example, like Wolverine's suit, the reason why it took them like what 20 some years to finally do the yellow suit, and because it may have looked different on camera, so you have to change things. You have to adapt to things. Like if I'm doing a shot with like a close up of like someone's face, like here, just the eyes, I'm going to do a camera angle different. I'm going to move the camera more towards either the left or right, depending on the 180 degree rule. And I'm going to light based off that, because how most movies are made, I think it's like, what, 98% of the time, the camera's never straight on. It's slanted over a little bit. That's why when you have like a shootout scene, it looks like it's straight on, but the camera's actually moved over a little bit for safety reasons. Unlike the Baldwin movie, that's a little bit different. But it's I like to use color, natural lighting also. I like to have shadows. I know some people like to muddy up the shots when it's color corrected, but I would like, for me, if I'm making a shot, I want to do as much as I can in the lighting on set. So when you go into color correcting it, it's not going to be muddy or anything. You have the light and everything set up, and I haven't talked about this in like a long time ago, so I'm trying to go through my brain on this, but everyone's going to have a different way of what they're going to do with perspective. That's the beauty of filmmaking. I think that if you do a comic book movie, don't do it page by page of what it is, because no, I'm dead serious, because it only appeals to just the comic fans, and that is that's a minority compared to everyone else. For you to make, if I was going to make Wolverine movie, I would do Logan. I would do it very noir style. I wouldn't do it page by page because I want other people to enjoy it. So like Watchmen, I was never a big fan of Watchmen comics. I never got into it. I was mainly just Wolverine and Spider-Man and Superman and Batman. But watching Watchmen, it's an artistically good movie, but story-wise, it makes no sense, because only the fans of that comic book are going to enjoy it. It's respectively, it's really good. It's done really good, but it's like Sin City. It's like, I don't even know what this is. This was like garbage to me. And that's because I didn't know the comics. And so when comic book movies are made, you need to make it for everyone. You need to get the appeal. So then people who don't know comic books very well, and then they watch in this movie and they're like, wow, this is pretty cool. Then they go read the comics and they're like, oh, okay. Like, that's how I look at it. And I think that's the problem. And then you look at the Watchmen show, then it just went all over the place. And I heard, yeah. So,
I'd like to. Some of the things that Steve just said. All right, so let me ask you this question. So,
yeah,
if a story is good in a comic book format, would that story, depending on how you film it, would that story also be a good story if it's done in film? Like, why does the format make a difference between whether something's a good story or not?
Because comic book and books in general are all they're like, film is a visual art.
Absolutely.
And comic book movies is not necessarily a visual art per se. Like, visual art meaning there's movement, there's things going on, it's engaging, and that allows you to do more with a shot. Let's say I take a comic book strip, and I have one little section that has the artwork on it. Well, I got to come up with 10 different things to add into that because it's a still image. It's still engaging, but I want it to be movement. So what I'm going to do is creatively come up with a way to have that shot be in there. Like, it's, for example, it was the second Avengers where you see them at the beginning of the movie where they're fighting in whatever country in the snow, and you see all the superheroes just flying slowly across camera. That's a superhero shot. It has everybody in it, but you have to have other things to engage it. Not make it, you need other things to help flatter that shot. So if I have, let's say, a close-up, and I'm getting a dolly shot going into, let's say, Superman's face, and it's kind of going around him to meet, it's coming from the side and going to the front of his face. I want to add other things to it. So I'm going to slow everything down, do a high frame rate, maybe 120, 100, maybe 200 frames per second, slow it down to where I can add things around it, explosions, and do all these things. It's going to be different than what it is on the comic book strip, but it's going to be as close as you're going to get.
Right.
If that makes sense.
It does make sense, but I still don't think that. All right. So I agree that comics, and I actually said this earlier today. Comics we read, and film and animation we watch. So I totally get that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you answered my question though. I don't think the format, whether it's film or a book or comics, like if it's a good story, shouldn't it still be a good story no matter how you tell that story, whether it's from one medium to the other?
Yes, but you also have to consider that whoever is going to direct it or create it is going to have a different perspective of what that story is. So let's say I don't know. Let's pick some random novel, and I like the novel. Well, my view of what I read in the novel is going to be different than what your two guys' views are. So if I make it, it's not going to, it may not match to what you want. You're like, well, you didn't do this right. I'm like, well, this is what I envision it. So in comic books, when they come into making movies, it's always good to, like, Sam Raimi did a really good job with Spider-Man. And he tried his damnedest to do Spider-Man 3 with Sony interrupting. He did a really good job because he actually got people who wrote Spider-Man comic book movies to come onto the movie. That's how you do it. You get the people who made the comic books to help you make the movie. And it's kind of like an advisor. I'm advising you to do this and this and this. This was how this would work. And that's the kind of cool thing about Deadpool is it worked, even like because you had fans of that comic book and they could branch out and do random things to make it look good. And that's what I try to tell people is, like, if people are like trashing on a movie or a show, I'm like, well, think about it this way. How would you do it? Well, I would do it the original way. Well, is that going to appeal to the younger audience? I always say this, and I've been told no on this by a bunch of Star Trek fans. Make Star Trek a rated R, ultra-violent movie. Because look at the movies coming out now, the action movies like John Wick, Nobody, all those movies. They're a high-octane type movie, and they draw people into it. Terrible stories, but people are engaged to it. If you did that with Star Trek, it'd be so cool.
Right.
It would piss off a lot of fans, but you would gain more fans because they're like, wow, this is engaging. And I'm telling you, it would work. And every Star Trek nerd is like, no, you can't do that. I was like, why not? Quentin Tarantino was going to do a Star Trek movie and make it rated R. Why not? Like, what rule does it say you can't do it this way? My envisioning is like, look at Star Wars Episode 3. It went very dark. Like, really dark.
It did.
And it worked. It worked. And I'm like, what's stopping people from doing things differently? That's how I see it.
I think Hollywood would say that they would have a smaller audience for a rated R Star Trek film as opposed to just doing a regular PG Star Trek film?
But if you right, you are right. I think that if you did it right and you got people to do it, it doesn't have to be full on like John Wick and nobody, but it just make it more engaging. No lens flares, none of like. I think today with Star Trek, people are trying so hard to bring back the original Star Trek stuff. Like I love the Star Trek movies, the original ones, really do. Even though I trash the fans because they're very easily to be triggered, and it's funny. But like I think people try so hard to envision what they think this would do, and it just doesn't go. They add on all these political things and yada yada yada, and I'm like, you're losing the point of it.
Well, I agree
so,
with that.
And then you hear people just bickering over and over and over, and like, I'm going to try to say this. I'm going to try to do this. I want my opinion. Everyone has an opinion, but it's like a vacuum. Everyone's just so engaged in trying to save movies these days. I'm like, just let it happen, dude. This year, we're going to have an AI movie. It's over. The art is over.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You just have to adapt. I was told in film school. Yeah, I was told in film school first day that you have to adapt to changes. If things don't work out on a set that day, you just have to adapt to it, and we just have to adapt to what's being made. It's trials and errors. Right now, movies aren't that good, but you get some of the good ones. Yeah.
I have another question for Rancor Steve. You had mentioned the 180 degree rule. That I know exactly what that is because it also applies in comics, and it's something when I was teaching comics, it's something we actually talked about in class in regards to proper storytelling, because you don't want to confuse your audience about who's talking, specifically when you're talking about comics.
Right.
And, because if you start moving people around in your shot or in your panels, readers and your audience, whether they're also watching film, can get very confused about like who's talking or who's not talking. So can you explain that in regards to how the 180 degree rule works? Because I see it a lot when I used to watch cable TV, like a regular like NCIS or Gotham. Watch those shows. They always follow the 180 degree rule just to make sure that the audience isn't confused about things. So if you would like to elaborate what the 180 degree rule is.
The 180 rule is, it's where you have to have, like if I have a shot and I'm doing it on the right side, I'll have to do the same on the other way. Or no, the left side. Like you don't want to cross, there's a line, because if you cross it, it's going to look really confusing. So you want to match it on the opposite end. Like if I'm shooting on one side, if I'm talking to you guys, and the only way you can break it is if you go into a master shot, and then you see everything around you. You're like, all right, cool. This is what the setting is. Then you can change it. But you normally want to do it where if it's two people talking, it has to look like they're talking face to face, but you have the camera kind of slanted a little bit.
Yep.
And you never want to break it because it's going to be really weird. Me, on the other hand, I like to be controversial. I shoot everything at, it used to be 24 frames per second. I would shoot everything at 25 just to mess with people, just to see if they would actually figure it out. And some people would. And I like jump cuts. So I'm very unconventional filmmaker style type guy. I'm a very Guy Ritchie type guy. If you do jump cuts, you can get away with breaking the 180 rule. Because it's a quick cut. And a lot of times people will break it, and it's really weird. Especially, it's only when you're doing conversations is when you do the 180 rule.
Yeah, and when you break the 180 rule, that's when you notice that there's a problem. Like if the
Yeah.
if the 180-degree rule is observed, the story flows seamlessly. So whether it's a comic book panel or a series of comic book panels, or what Steve is talking about, if you're just watching television, when two people are talking, if somebody's on the left-hand side of the screen and the other person's on the right-hand side of the screen, they always stay on that side of the screen, no matter how you move the camera around.
Yeah.
You can't start flipping the characters from one side to the other because your audience notices that and they're suddenly out of that story. They're not following the story.
I will say this: the people who do the series Monster,
Yeah, no, it's annoying when you see that. It's I hate it personally. When somebody can't do it that way. So
now,
and Gab says hello. Hold on a second here. Because I just want to catch up on the chat a little bit. Yeah, Pop Culture Republic. Yeah, they did that with 2009 Star Trek reboot. Not the R-rated part, but they moved away from the notion of what Star Trek is or was. So yeah, no, I totally agree with you. And agreed, no lens flares. Yeah, there's way too much lens flares. Gap says hi. Yeah, never watched the TV show Watchmen. No, neither did I. I think it's just absolute garbage. I don't know. I gotta, in some ways, have to disagree with Steve about copying or adapting certain movies to like comic books, because I think on one way I do have to agree with Steve saying, unless you were a fan of the comic book, you kind of got it, the shot for shot, like say in Watchmen, in 300, I believe, also in Sin City, which I haven't caught yet. I actually still have not watched that yet, and I probably should. I heard it's really, really good. It works in that sense, but yeah, I suppose maybe Steve was probably right in the sense that if you were an absolute fan of the story of the original comic, you probably wouldn't get it. I think though,
Why?
who was it that did Watchmen? Well, I think probably because the panels in the comic, I feel, this is just me talking, the story worked for the storytelling. And I don't know, it's to see it translated onto the screen, basically panel for panel. It's like it made that book come to life, literally. And so maybe that's just the reason why it worked. I don't know. I maybe it's just because the panels were just drawn in a certain way that, and maybe just combined with the artwork on top of that, it just worked. It just popped.
Well, I think
maybe I'm just not putting it into words properly.
I'm not suggesting that when you adapt a comic book into film that you need to follow the comic book as a storyboard. I think that I like the idea when you're adapting a comic book into film or television that you stick to the original source material vis-a-vis that, it's the same story. That's one of the problems I had with a lot of these Marvel movies or other adaptations into film, where they venture so far away from the original source material, the original story. That's usually the problem I have, or the characters change a lot. Like I agree with the idea that you don't have to follow the comic book panel by panel, like as using it as a storyboard. I don't know if that matters or not. But with that said, I don't know if the Watchmen film. I mean, the Watchmen film was very faithful to the original comic book series, but I don't know if it followed. I don't know if the storyboards were exactly the same for the film as the comic book panels were for the Watchmen comic. They were close.
I think pretty much did follow it panel for panel. But then again, that's just my opinion. So not that it just means much.
Or for a fact, I know that, because I used to work when I was working at MTV. MTV Animation was developing the Max TV show, and when they did the storyboards for the Max TV show, they were actually scanning or photocopying panels from the comic book and placing them into the storyboards for the animated series. And the animated series was very faithful to the comic, and I think that worked out pretty well.
Yeah, no, totally, I agree. Let's see. Gap wants to know, Steve, are you outside with your rooster?
I did hear a chicken. Or
my rooster. What? Oh, yeah. There's chickens on. Yeah, there's chickens around. There's also goats.
Fresh butter and goat.
Wow, these are male goats, so.
Oh, no milk.
Oh no, you don't want to milk that. No, definitely not. No. Pop Culture Republic says, I seem to remember the Watchmen movie being very similar to the comic with the exception. Yeah, I know. Which would have been out of place for the movie. Yeah, no, I agree. Plus, on top of that, what they did to Rorschach, I totally did not like that.
Well, I think. I was not a fan of the Watchmen comic book when it was coming out. I just couldn't get into it. But I did like the film, and I really can't explain why I like the film, even though the film was very faithful to the comic book. I do like the ending for the film better. When I was watching the film for the first time in the theaters, I'm like, well, that was a bit of a change. But it actually lends to a better story. It makes a lot more sense about how the villain did what he did and how that change happened. But what were you saying, Mike, about Rorschach? I don't know if he was handled differently from the film as he was portrayed in the comic book.
Oh yeah, it was totally handled differently. So, because Rorschach survives in the comic, and because they were going to take down Ozymandias, or I believe. It's been ages since I've read that comic, but
no, he ended up the same way in the film as he did in the comic book.
Did he? I'm gonna have to look at that again. Huh.
All right.
Okay. No, I mean maybe I'm remembering it differently, but there was the Rorschach made that they changed in the movie. And it just seemed to kind of go against his character the way they wrote it. So I don't know. It's been forever since I've seen it and read the comic. So
yeah, they also based.
I know there was a difference.
They also based Rorschach on Steve Ditko's The Question character, as well as Steve Ditko's Mr. A, who were actually wonderful characters.
You want to hear an unpopular opinion?
Okay.
Again, go ahead.
Yeah, Henry Cavill's the best Superman.
I gotta go. You like Cavill better than Christopher Reeve?
I agree with that.
Wow,
I do.
Why is that?
Because here's the thing. I'm not bagging on Christopher Reeves at all. He was a great Superman. I'll give him that. What he did with what he had, and I think Richard Donner, that was a good director to do those movies.
Absolutely.
But
most of number 2.
I will. Yeah, we won't talk about that one.
Well, if you ever saw the Richard Donner cut for Superman 2, it has a different beginning and it has a different ending. And it's the way he wanted to do the film, so I love that version so much better.
Yeah, but I will say this: the thing about Henry Cavill is he has more charisma than Christopher Reeves because he is a nerd. I didn't know about this. He almost didn't get the job for Man of Steel because he was playing, I think, what was it, World of Warcraft or something. Like he's a full-on nerd and he loves these characters and so he cherishes them. And like when he did the Witcher show when he was on, He's like, that's not right. It has to be this way. Like, he's very detailed. And I think that's why I liked him as Superman more, is because what he brought to it. And plus, the dude is massive. Like, I know people who work with him. They're like, dude, the guy is nice, but he's a brick house. He doesn't make sense. And so I feel like he fit the persona of Superman so there's actually two things. All right. I'll say this. Christopher Reeves plays a really good Clark Kent. Henry Cavill plays a better Superman.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
All right, I'm going to chime in again.
Okay, I see where you're going. That makes sense. That makes sense.
I think that, and this is all just opinion. So Christopher Reeve, his Superman and his Clark Kent, the way he portrayed those two different, the same guy, but two different characters, so differently. They literally look like two different people. So I thought that was really clever on his part. One thing that I get out of the Christopher Reeve Superman that I don't get out of any of the other Supermans is that Christopher Reeve Superman, when you watch him in the film, Superman really enjoys his job. And I don't get that feeling. I don't see that in the other Supermen.
I could agree with that. I will say, okay, so here's a better way of saying it. Here's another unpopular opinion that I have. The Batman, to me, is probably one of the best Batman movies about Batman. You can hear a pin drop on that one.
I don't disagree with that.
Because
it's more of a detective story.
Yes, and I like the Nolan Batman movies. I thought, okay, make it realistic. To me, Nolan Batman movies were the mob, like The Godfather, that kind of thing. Then you get to like the older ones that were really good. I enjoy them. Michael Keaton is still the greatest Batman. But the thing that they did with the Batman is they made it about Batman, not Bruce Wayne. And a lot of people hated that because they're like, this is terrible. It's too long of a movie, that's for sure. About 30 minutes too long. But the title of the movie is explaining what the movie is going to be about. It's called The Batman. It's not about Bruce Wayne. And I think a lot of people, that's the thing with comic book fans, they take this stuff so serious. And I love the heart and the passion of you guys with these comic book movies and comics. But I think it comes down to when I said that when someone's directing it, their vision of this is going to be different than what everyone else thought. And I love the cinematography in the Batman. Fantastic. Like, they nailed it. But I think a lot of people take things way too serious and it gets emotional. And I used to be like that, but now it's like, I'm not going to be emotional. It's someone's project. So I'm going to watch it.
I think I don't like modern day Hollywood anyway. I don't really know. I mean, other than the movies that we just talked about, I don't watch any of the Marvel or DC or superhero films or comic book movies for various reasons.
Yeah.
I think with fandom, and this is weird because, working, in comics and working in film and animation, I understand fandom to some extent because there are certain things I am a fan of. But yeah, I think sometimes they get a little overboard in regards to their fanboy nature. But you were mentioning Star Trek before, and I think one of the reasons why fans love a certain TV show or series, it's not just the TV show itself, it's not just the characters themselves, but I think it's also the actors who play those characters. Like William Shatner as Captain Kirk. Unless it's AI driven after he dies, I don't think they could replace Kirk.
Right.
Replace Shatner as Kirk. Yeah, it's not the same.
Right. And I do not disagree with you at all on that. You're right. I do think so. When I was on Pop Culture Breakdown, I had to watch Star Wars, what is it, Star Trek, watch all these movies and be surrounded by people who give their opinions on these things, which they're not wrong. An opinion is not right or wrong. It's just what someone feels at the moment. And then when I stopped being on that podcast, I just started realizing I just have to adapt. Like, get away from the negative side of things and just watch the movie or the show or movie. Like, I did I went in great detail on the first episode of, what is it? Oh, Picard, season 3, I think it was, the first episode. And I thought it was a fantastic episode. They did, I don't know who did the cinematography. I gave detailed notes, and the fans didn't like it. They're like, well, this and that. And I'm like, well, no, it's because I'm looking at it more of like an art side of it instead of like, oh, they didn't do this right. I'm like, well, let's see what they can do. Like, that's why I'll never make a comic book movie, because how I would do it is going to be way different. I'd rather do guns blazing type movies like John Wick and all that stuff. I'm more of an action driven Guy Ritchie style stuff. And that's why I thrive to support the guys who do the John Wick movies, the Fat Man movie, and Guy Ritchie movies, because that's an art skill that you're not going to get in AI all the way. That's like a bunch of stunt guys got together and they made John Wick. It's a terrible movie, but for some freaking reason, it became the coolest thing ever, and I love it. And then you get Guy Ritchie, who actually hones in, and he does amazing stuff now. And that's where you kind of have to pick and choose the directors. You can't do it DEI style. You actually have to find people like Sam Raimi, perfect for Spider-Man movies. Phenomenal. And he did. I actually enjoyed the last Stranger Things. No, the Doctor Strange movie that Sam Raimi did. I enjoyed it, although they had a little wokeness in it here and there. But it was a Sam Raimi movie. You have to get people who know the material and can fit into it. Like, you can't do Jon Favreau and then do Thor. He's just not going to do it. Thor is a very Shakespearean type movie. That's why you get Kenneth Branagh to do it, and it worked out really well. Like, you have to pick people who are going to be really good at telling that story and that style of a movie.
That type of genre.
Yes. Yeah.
And you as a viewer, you're also
first of all,
I'm just going to say hi to Sending a Brave Megatron. How's it going, dude? Nice to see you, man. Great that you can join us. Let's see. Who else do we got here? I'm just kind of catching up on the chat. So, Pat, I want to be on right in there, too, because I never forget about you guys. The Dark says, I guess the movie seriously screwed up. I'm entertained by litmus tests. I don't get into the nitty gritty of it, just if I'm entertained. And that's fair enough. You know what? Because like I said, if you like it, you win. And let anybody tell you any different, because everybody's different. Everybody likes something different. You're some pundit to go ahead and you shouldn't like this film because this is my reasons why. Well, it doesn't have to be just your reason why you shouldn't like something. I mean, yesterday, I actually watched Tron, Ares. I actually watched it, and you know what? I know a lot of people right now are bagging on it. I didn't mind it whatsoever. I actually didn't mind it. If you actually paid attention to the story, it's not bad. I'm gonna have to agree with Diesel on this. It wasn't a bad movie. You know, I'm not gonna say it was the greatest since sliced bread. You know, I mean, because let's face it, you know, Disney hasn't been doing the best, you know, whatever. But it wasn't bad. It really was. Honestly, wasn't bad. Yeah, you know, we all get different tastes. You know what, and like last year, Steve was saying about the Guy Ritchie movie that came out. What was it?
Henry Cavill was in it. It was about going up against the Nazis.
Oh, the Guy Ritchie movie.
The first. Yeah, that Guy Ritchie movie. What was it called again?
Oh, dude, I don't even know. Yeah, Gentleman Warfare or something like that.
Yeah. The Gentleman Warfare.
That movie was awesome.
And that was. You know what? A lot of people were kind of bagging on that film, and I couldn't see why. It's a really good movie. It really is.
So,
don't. God, I'm just gonna say this. Don't believe every pundit that you freaking hear. Go out for yourself and check it out.
Yeah.
Not every pundit. I'm gonna say this. Okay, because and I'm not saying or disrespecting say people like Critical Drinker or anything like that. I'm not, and that's not what I do on this channel. But I'm just gonna say this. You know what? There were a couple of times where I had watched a film. And say in large, like say Critical Drinker or Nerdronic or whatever, they actually got something wrong, or something about the detail of the movie, and it makes me wonder if they actually are watching these movies that they're bitching and complaining about. And I'm gonna have to say more than most of the time, because it's an awful lot of movies to go and watch, right? And yeah, I haven't watched every movie that I've reviewed, but God, I just know that's going to be total 100% crap, because let's face it, they have been, and it doesn't brain cells to kind of figure out that it is going to be crap, and it was, only to freaking download it later on to actually know the reason why it's unadulterated crap. So just like what you like. And that's all there is to it. Anyway, but that's just me.
Do you remember Siskel and Ebert?
Go ahead, you guys. Yes.
So I think now with social media, everybody is Siskel and Ebert.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. Too many Chiefs, not enough Indians,
it could be,
so to speak, as the old saying goes.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's weird because I get asked a lot about my experiences at comic book conventions and that sort of thing, and I like attending comic book conventions. I like doing signings. I like going to the New York Comic Con every year. I get invited every year, and it's actually quite wonderful. Although I haven't gone the last few years because I just didn't feel like going. There are certain things that I don't like in fandom. I think maybe because working in comics and working in film and animation, like, for example, the whole cosplay stuff. I know cosplay is really popular, but that stuff just freaks me out. That is a little bit beyond. That's really fanish stuff going on there. The cosplay. I don't get it. I don't like it.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah.
But that's just me. But it's very popular at conventions. It's weird, dude. Grown men and women dressed like that.
No, it is.
Like, what are you doing? It's not Halloween. Very strange. But it's they promote it. Like these conventions, they promote it because it gets a lot of people in the doors, and it is popular amongst comic book fans. I remember the first time when I was teaching, somebody had mentioned, this is years ago, 2010, maybe 2011. One of my students mentioned LARPing. I'm like, what's LARPing? It's live action role playing. And I used to play role playing games in high school, but I wasn't aware of live action role playing games or live action role playing stuff.
I didn't know what LARPing was in the beginning either. It's like you're gonna have to explain this to me because I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh no, LARPing! It's live action role playing. It's like, so basically you're playing pretend, like you're 7,
like
8,
5
9
years old
again. It's like okay, yeah, right. So this is nothing new. Okay, fine. So
I don't know. It's weird. It's
but I guess it's a thing. Yeah, I wouldn't do something like that, but then again, that's just me. So whatever. I mean, unless you totally absolutely have 100% unadulterated fun, then okay, sure, not a problem. I'm all for it. So, but yeah, whatever. Pop Culture Republic, you got to get going. Sorry, dude. I just saw that message just now. Hey, not a problem. You have and we shall talk to you later, my man.
Hi, Pop.
So, and there's that. There's the rooster. So, standing a brave Megatron. I think I already said hi, and if I didn't before, then hi. Yeah, I thought Tom was going to come on, but maybe it doesn't feel like it today. That's okay. So, I hope Tom is doing. So,
you guys want to see the view that I have?
Yes, sure. Yeah, dude. Let me envision you. We always have a choice.
Yeah.
And you're calling that cold? What's wrong with you?
I see grass.
Yeah.
Dude, it is cold, dude. I'm living up on a fucking hill.
Is this a job site or is this where you're like?
We'll talk about it after.
Oh, all right. I didn't know it was a secret.
It's like you don't even have snow and you're complaining about it's cold outside.
I know.
It's like January,
dude.
For sake.
It was 30 degrees last night.
Oh,
it was cold, dude. Yeah, and the propane tank ran out of gas, so I was like, "Well, I'm gonna be cold," but I'm used to it. I grew up in Nebraska. I'm used to snow, and I'm used to like 20 degrees below zero. I'm used to that. Like, you'll know when I say it's cold.
That's only like -2 here. I mean, come on.
Jeez, that's nothing. Dude, I used to walk in Nebraska when it would snow. I used to walk in shorts in the snow.
Yeah.
So,
Standing a brave Megatron says, "Is it summer already over there?" Yeah, that's basically almost our summer here.
Oh man.
Oh my god, it's funny. It's funny. I just love it when you guys down in the States complain about like cold weather and it's only like a couple of degrees below freezing for us, and it's like, yeah, whatever, buddy. That's cute.
Hey, you know what? You know what?
Or it's like an eighth of an inch of snow on the ground, and it's like sheer pandemonium and traffic for you guys.
But at least I can own a gun.
Amen. I have
I can own a gun.
And I have snow.
Al's got the best of both.
Not really. I still live in the socialist state of New York.
Oh, I don't know what's worse, California or New York. Oof.
I know, that would be a tough one.
Ooh.
That is a really tough one. Oh. No, screw Canada.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, we got those. Yeah, we got the socialist state of New York, California, and the socialist country
communism
of Canada. Yeah, of Canada communism.
What would be worse though, New York or California?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That's
I have no hope for either of the states though.
Oh yeah, I'm on the same boat with you.
The thing with Mike though, like I have hope Alberta might have a chance to secede and be its own thing, but New York and California, yeah, they're never going to stop being socialist. I have hope for Alberta.
Yeah, that's right. Because either one of you guys were a little late coming onto the show. Spider-Man was on here earlier. I got a form in my mail to go ahead and let's see, basically give the whole authorization package to, do the canvassing for Alberta independence. That is going on right now. I got to sign another form in order to get badges for the canvassing stuff, and apparently all we need, and I'm kind of rounding it off to the nearest 1,000. All we need is 118,000 signatures in the province alone. That's all we need.
Is that feasible? Oh.
That's extremely feasible. So,
all right, good.
I
do want to mention one
feasible.
thing.
So,
yeah, I did hear. It's
going to be cake.
All right, good, excellent. Well, I hope that works out for you guys, and I hope they don't rig any sort of election up there in Alberta. So, yeah, again, I am hopeful for Alberta. But I was listening to part of your conversation with Canadian Spider-Man. You were mentioning about oil in the United States. So the United States, we sit on the largest reservoir of oil probably anywhere in the world. I think having Trump as president again and having access to our oil and refining our oil into gasoline and being energy independent, I think is great and very possible for the United States to do so again. So yeah. So it's just that, decades of Democrats and rhinos in the U.S. Going around just purchasing oil from other countries when we should not have ever been doing that. No offense.
Yeah, I mean, no, none taken. I mean, it just that way, doesn't it? That if you got your own oil, use it.
Right.
So, but, what do I know? Whatever. No, I know it's been rather nuts, you guys down there, because I mean, it's like, no, we're not drilling for oil, then we're drilling for oil, then you're not drilling for oil again, because Paris Accords and blah blah blah, environment blah blah blah, and then it's drill again. It's like, when are you guys going to make up your mind? So here it's just been let's drill, and it never stopped. So
right. Well, so that's one way.
Just get drilling.
I agree. Drill, baby, drill. The thing is that they want to control us. So one way they control us is make us afraid that we're all going to be underwater in like 10 or 20 years, or whatever Al Gore was saying, that we would be completely underwater by 2013 or some crazy nonsense that he would talk about. But it's a way to control people. Don't use fossil fuels because that's bad, but we need to be self-reliant, like Alberta needs to be free and self-reliant. The U.S. has been blessed with natural resources. The United States has been blessed with having two sides of our country, not having oceans on both sides of our country, and also having two neighbors that one is a friend and one's not really a friend but isn't really much of a threat. So we are in a very blessed country, and we need to stop living in fear and stop listening to these Democrats and rhinos telling us we should be afraid about, I don't know whether it's COVID or vaccines or climate change, which, by the way, doesn't happen. So
no. Studying a no from, I guess, or Steve. What's a snow day? We just went to school when it was -30 back in the day. Good question.
I was homeschooled.
It basically doesn't matter if it's Fahrenheit or Celsius. Oh, there you go.
Well, in New York, growing up in New York, yes, you got a certain amount of snow on the ground, and you can't drive a school bus. We get to stay home, and that was wonderful.
True. There we go. Yeah, but at what temperature was it, like a snow day for you guys?
Well, below freezing. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of like now. It's like lately it's been like at night, like 9 degrees or something like that. Today during the day it was like 31 degrees, so it got a little bit warmer the last couple of days.
Well, that's not too bad. It's nice, almost spring weather. So,
well, for you maybe. Yeah. We have been getting snow though, so I don't like
I miss snow days. I was homeschooled, so it's. Huh?
We'll be underneath the ground when it's our time. Maybe the water might see through there. Yeah, probably. I agree, Gap. Anyway. Yeah, I'm trying not to go through a whole lagging thing again. So
you have internet lags.
Well, yeah, I got Canadian internet, and while has Frontier.
You got Canadian egg. Hey, I just saw Manorama on there. Holy crap!
Do you still do Manorama?
I stepped down as the host. I'll come on every once in a while, but I'm now with my situation. I'm more of like the producer. I set up everything and then just let the guys roam and do whatever they want, kind of thing. But yeah, it's a little bit more relaxing.
Gap, I like this. Nice. I like this. Gap says, draw a Stargate in the middle so that once you're through shopping, you can take the Stargate to your next destination. You know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to 100%. I'm going to do that right in the middle. Okay.
Wait, so, all right, before you do that, all right, Mike, is this in your comic book?
No, this is
change up the Stargate.
There was somebody on my channel here, right? Change up the Stargate. With.
Go ahead, Steve.
Like, change it up so you don't get copyright infringement, because all these YouTubers need to understand that copyright is a fun thing to get screwed over. Trust me.
Steve, leave my Stargate alone.
No, what I'm saying is you can still do it, but change up the Stargate to where it doesn't match all the way. That's all I'm saying. Calm down. I'm helping you guys out. Al, help me out in this one.
Well, you're talking to a guy
blatantly.
who sometimes uses other people's characters in his comic books for a panel or two.
All right. Well, I'm on my own.
But no, well, there's a certain amount of fair use, right? So yeah. Because, for example, so the Sword of Eden graphic novel, the first one, there's a funeral scene in a church building, and there are people in the audience who might be characters that I did not create. I actually got permission on a few of them.
That's fine.
Oh, yeah. So, like, Alan Moore, Steve Bissett, they had a character called the Fury, so I was allowed to use the Fury, and I put a copyright notice on the first page of the graphic novel. Another thing is that at the time, a very close friend of mine was drawing the Dennis the Menace comic strip. So I had asked him to draw Dennis the Menace's parents in that scene, and he did. And some people noticed, and it was great. And I got the artist who draws the Sunday comic strip to draw the characters in the book. So that was wonderful.
That's cool.
That is cool.
I figured out the comic book movie I would make.
The Sword of Eden.
No.
Oh,
it would be the Rocketeer 2. But here's the other thing. I don't want a sequel to that movie.
You want no 3.
What?
no number 3.
No, I wouldn't want to make like I know they've been trying to make the Rocketeer 2 for a long time. And as far as I know, they're not doing it because of how the Tron movies are doing, which I love Tron Legacy. That director, dude, he is set for life. But I wouldn't want, if I got asked, hey, come out of retirement or whatever it is you want to call it. I haven't done film in like years. But if they're like, hey, we want you to direct the second Rocketeer, I'm like, I have to go up against Joe Johnston? Are you kidding me? Like, I mean, I would love to, but it's if I make that movie, I'm afraid I'm going to ruin it, even though I adore that movie. It's the perfect comic book movie ever.
It's a good film,
right.
And I am a fan of Steve Stevens and his Rocketeer comics. Yes, I did like the Rocketeer. It seemed very faithful to the original story. Certainly the costume and everything. And having Jennifer Connelly in any film actually is always a plus.
Yes. She's like, what, 53, 58 or something like that?
Not to me.
No, she's still Jennifer Connelly from Rocketeer. Like, that's the thing. I think that Joseph Krasinski, the guy who did Oblivion, Tron Legacy, and Top Gun Maverick, would be great at Rocketeer. Like, he would nail it because it's all about aviation. He does a lot of stuff with aviation. And looking at Top Gun Maverick, I'm like, dude, this guy can do anything. And he never went to school for film. He was an architect guy. And then did Tron Legacy and knocked it out of the park. And I'm like, dude.
Thanks.
So, Steve, did you ever watch that Dave Stevens documentary, Drawn to Perfection? Because they do talk about the making of the Rocketeer in the documentary.
I think I did. I'm not sure. Oh man, sorry. Some jalapenos. I'm not sure if I did or not. I did go to. Okay, so here's something I didn't know. Where do you think their airport is? In the opening scene where they're test flying the plane?
In the film, it's supposed to be California, isn't it?
It is. But where do you think it is in California?
Oh, I have no idea.
Do you think it might be Burbank?
I never set foot in California. I have no idea.
So growing up, I thought it was Burbank because it's near Hollywood and all that stuff. No, it's about 2 hours away from where I'm at. And I saw the hangar. And dude, my buddy took me, him and his kid, we all went there and I didn't know. And I'm like, there's a bunch of Rocketeer stuff. Like, what's going on? And we walk out, they moved the hangar closer to the parking lot. It's exactly the same as it is in the movie. And I'm like, what's going on? And he goes, this is where they filmed the Rocketeer. I almost broke down in tears.
Wow.
Like, I'm a huge fan of that movie. It is the greatest comic book movie ever made, next to Iron Man and Spider-Man 2. Or not. Let's not split hairs. But it was cool to see that, and I'm like, man, I hope they don't make a Rocketeer 2 because they're gonna really screw that up.
Well, they screw up everything. So, were you familiar with the Rocketeer comic book prior to seeing the movie?
No, but I have a book that I bought for $5 from a guy, and it's all 5 comic books, the first ones, in a book kind of deal. And then for Christmas, I got the helmet, and then I got one of the rare, like, edition comic books. and I got that framed. I'm not opening it, but I read a lot of the comics after, probably a few years ago. I started reading them. They're fantastic.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah, Dave Stevens had it, because you were talking about craft in regards to film. It's probably kind of how I see Dave Stevens' work in comics, because there's a great amount of craft in Dave Stevens' work.
Well, his style is different. His is more of like serial shows.
Oh yeah, and that's just what we loved. Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's very much like Steve Rogers and all that stuff. And when you see his artwork, I'm like, this is cool. And it was very like, back in the day when he did them, they were very scandalous of how he would have the female very what's her, I'm trying to think of who the Jennifer Connelly's character, she's based off of
Betty Page.
Yes. Like that whole, like he honed in on that really well.
He was a huge fan of Betty Page, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we all were.
Oh,
but I like his artwork. It was very simple, but just very like engaging.
Yeah.
And when I read the book with the 5 comics, like, oh man, at least 20 times. And I just loved them. I'm like, why can't we do stuff like this? Because it was very like young adult feel to it.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't like just the imagery that he have of her. There's one where she's getting a picture taken of her and she's in like lingerie, and I'm like, whoa, okay, we're going down this path, Disney.
Well, Disney did not do that.
No, but dude, I'm not kidding you. In the movie Rocketeer, when she's in the silk dress, I knew right then I love women.
But then? You didn't know that prior?
Well, no, I did. Yeah. I mean, I was like, what? The movie came out, I was a kid when I was a child. What?
I think 91, 92 the film came out.
I think 93. No.
Okay.
Maybe somewhere around there. It was like early 90s, but I remember watching that sucker to death. And that's just Jennifer Connelly. I was just glued.
June
I was like, who is he?
June 21st, 1991.
Okay. Man, I want to watch The Rocketeer now. The soundtrack. Oh.
Well, I noticed in the film that they did not call Jennifer Connelly's character Betty, like the comic book. They actually called her Jenny in the film.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know why.
Well, I guess because of the whole Betty Page thing, you know.
Oh, yeah. But I thought Joe Johnston did a fantastic job. And then James Horner doing the soundtrack for that. Oh, man.
I haven't listened to the soundtrack. I should look that up.
On Spotify, they had the 2-disc set on Spotify, and it's, dude, it's, yeah, James Horner is probably one of the best composers, or was.
And you had mentioned a World War II movie starring Cavill. What was the name of that? I should check that out too. I never saw it.
Here, let me look it up right now.
There we go. So while he's dipped out, there you go, Gap. You got a Stargate. Okay, hold on. I'm buzzing you back in. And you know what? And Gap, no, you're not gonna get me in trouble. You know, only just a quick Stargate picture. So wait a minute. I thought I buzzed you back in. Oh, he went back out. Okay, so no, I gotta agree with Steve on that one. When it comes to comic movies, I mean, there have been a lot of comic movies, but Rocketeer,
I gotta agree with him on that one. It's like the perfect comic movie. So
I enjoyed it. I mean, I enjoyed it because I was already a fan of
it. Is, yeah.
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 And they didn't mess up with the costume.
There you go.
Disney wanted to use a different helmet.
No.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They wanted
the costume is perfect.
It is. So yeah, if you watch Drawn to Perfection, the Dave Stevens biography, which I'm sure you can find it online somewhere. Yeah, they talk about the making of the Rocketeer, and Disney, yeah, they wanted it to make the Rocketeer's helmet supposedly look like more of like an astronaut's helmet. And they do interview the director of the Rocketeer film as well. So yeah, it's wonderful getting the insights on the making of the movie in this Drawn to Perfection.
But I understand what Steve's saying. You know, if there was a chance to make another Rocketeer, like a sequel, yeah, it'd be scary because it's, in a way, you don't want to mess perfection, so to speak. And that first movie, that was basically it. You know, you don't have to make another one. It stands alone. You know, and as much as you want a sequel, you don't want to touch it because you don't want to screw it up. Because
well, I'm sure Rancor Steve,
and I totally 100% understand exactly what you're saying. No, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's not.
I'm kidding. No, you would. No. Some people just have a great respect for creators, and Steve would actually do a really good job.
Yeah, I would go see that movie.
Oh, you. It'd be John Wick and a rocket pack. Oh, so the movie is Ministries of the Ungentlemanly Warfare.
All right, got it.
And another Guy Ritchie movie that I like and adore and people hate is the King Arthur movie that he did.
I haven't seen that one yet.
I like it. It's weird. It's bizarre as balls. Oh, yeah. Guy Ritchie is just one of the most solid dudes. Like, Wrath of Man, I just watched that the other day. I'm like, God, dude. The Covenant is probably his best work.
Did Guy Ritchie do the movie where it's shown backwards in time?
Oh, Tenet?
No, I think... Oh, that's Nolan.
Oh, it is? Oh, all right. It's where the guy doesn't remember anything, so the movie starts out...
Yeah, that's Nolan.
Okay, it is? Okay, all right. I saw that when that came out.
Guy Ritchie does more of... He brought gangster movies back. And then Guy Ritchie started doing... He's doing...
Sherlock.
Yeah, he's doing the young Sherlock.
Oh.
Oh.
And people are hating it. I'm like, dude, really? It's just... Yeah. He's finally doing that. He did Guy Ritchie's The Covenant, which is a phenomenal movie. His best. And then Wrath of Man. He does... Dude, it's... He's set.
Well, yeah, hey, Gap, no, it's all about fun on this channel. You're damn right I'm going to add a straight in there, so.
You nerd.
And you know what? And I know this isn't, yeah, I know. I'm such a big nerd. Hold on a second here because I'm going to.
We all are, dude.
Image resolution and put
we
it down
all
to
are.
At least save it as a JPEG. Yeah, because here's the thing. There's one guy that comes in here and he went animation, and like he said several times, whenever he would drop in on the show, and so it's like, okay, fine. You know what? It's a new year. Let's gain a little. Going to be the new year, and do a kind of a basic little teaching on first point perspective. So, and I know this looks like.
All right.
I'm not going to say it looks like dog shit, but use language.
It's better than what I can do.
I know it looks extremely basic, but well, yeah. But like I said, you you're it's just doing the basics right now, and to show out there, going to be drawing and stuff like that. That this actually isn't as hard as one might think it is. So, and this is first point perspective, and all you need is just a focal point. Anywhere on the page and a horizon, and then essentially take a ruler. I know I use the program right here, and basically, so if you know what, if I take that away, basically you have you can see what it looks like basically lines in this program. But you basically get a rough idea of how it goes, a basic rough idea, and this is where you kind of want to start, right? If you want to start to learn how to do, then use the KISS method and get simple, stupid. That's all you got to do. Just that. And for me, I'm going to be quite honest. I had a little bit of trepidation of doing an episode like this because it's not drawing a character. It's not drawing, whatever. It's not drawing a person. It's doing backgrounds. But the thing again, like I said, it's something that I got to practice on doing backgrounds, and I got on making them look decent. And from before, like a few hours ago, I hadn't done something like that since February the 1st back in 2024. So almost 2 years ago. And I don't know if Al can speak to something like this, but you don't draw something for a while, you may end up kind of like losing that skill maybe a little bit. And it's definitely something that I want to conquer, that I don't want to be afraid of going into it, like, oh my God, having some sort of weird panic attack or something like that. Because that'd be kind of stupid, putting out a comic with no backgrounds.
Yeah, don't be stupid.
It's cool.
So
I'm just glad there's Manorama in there.
Exactly.
What up? Now pay me. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's my check?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, you know what? Okay, no, I forgot.
Now,
Yep. No.
when
Because I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this for Tom, because Tom was supposed to be here, and you know what? And I've included Padawannabe, and I've included Al, and I included Manorama, and let's see, two guys talking by sort of. There you go. Huge pizzas. Spaceballs, Dead Power. You know
Listen,
what?
everybody.
Everybody's suggestions, and so we're gonna. So that's what I'm gonna do. Tom, okay.
This is gonna be like Venezuela for Trump.
Tom,
have you seen this young man? Wanted, dead or alive.
wait.
Nice.
Very good.
There, Tom. Because I can't leave him out. Can't do
Yeah.
that. Here, so I don't forget.
But also keep in mind, when you're drawing like a city street, or whether, and I've actually seen this not just in some comics, but also in some American animation, like the Teen Titans, that original animated series, which I did like. But whenever they would show a scene in the city with a street, there wouldn't be any cars, and there wouldn't be people walking around. It's like, what city is this?
Nebraska.
You know what?
Maybe,
You're right.
I don't know. Because I see a Stargate there.
There's never
so
traffic.
There's not pedestrians walking around on the sidewalk. You don't see cars all over the place. It's like one of the things that, like with the John Wick movies, like Steve was saying, like I like the John Wick movies. I actually especially like the first one. But there's some like car chases in the city where they're like going like 120 miles an hour, looks like, down the street. It's like, that's never going to happen in New York.
Well, you remember it wouldn't. But you remember in the last John Wick 4 where he's going around in circles. And he's got, I don't know what it might be the rifle or the gun, but he's just blasting. It was the first time they actually never did a reload. Now, granted, in the scene, it's like when you're doing a movie with fire, it's you know, all the things. So maybe he did reload, but he's like going over 50, and I'm like, okay. I work with firearms. Like, I have a couple of my own. There's got to be a reload. And they kind of went into a superhero type mode with John Wick. And then I saw Ballerina. Phenomenal movie. Like, you want to talk about making women empowerment movie? That's that movie. Like, the Ballerina movie was awesome. And then oh gosh. I only watch it not for her, but for the guns. Yeah. I'm a sucker.
Yeah.
Especially for my new job. Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. You got a new job. Yeah.
Oh, you're going to love what I do now.
Mm-hmm.
But...
Is that a spin-off, Ballerina?
Yeah.
Does that take...
And then...
Yeah.
Is that a prequel?
No, it's... Okay, it's... Which movie does it set... I think the second one. It takes place in I think the second one.
So it's like something between... Okay, gotcha.
And
I wasn't sure.
How much of John Wick is in that movie? Because I've never seen it.
He hunts her down.
Oh, all right. So it's worth seeing.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, dude, it is.
All right.
Okay.
They did.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I got the hiccups all of a sudden. But the thing about the John Wick franchise, they know how to make women look badass. Because they put them through training. Right. You got to do this and this and this.
Yeah, kind of like what they did with Matrix. You got to go through the training, so you can do the part. And I don't know how seriously lagging I am, so I'm just going to take this message. So, Standing Brave Megatron said, I use blue or red line pencils for my perspective grids. And you know what? No, I actually understand that. Yeah. Because when I was kind of like practicing a little last night, I instead of having it on black, I accidentally had it on blue when I did my horizontal line. So no, that's actually, I like that idea. And I should probably do that more. And I did perspective grid for 2 of my Autobot dioramas, actually for the Tobin Street scenes. Nice. Yeah, no, I totally get you. Because that was the other thing I was going to do if I was going to continue on pencil. Myself some non-repo blue pencils, and actually one that I've had for like 30 years that I haven't even worn out yet, which is great. A pencil. So yeah, no, it's good to use different colors because if you're using black all the time, especially what I'm doing right now, you get confused, or at least I can kind of foresee it in my head that you're going to get a little bit confused, wondering, okay, where did you put your horizon line? And you know what? In retrospect, I probably should have made it blue or red so I can kind of differentiate you know, where my guides are, so to speak. At the layer, I probably should have used the blue or red line. So anyway, go ahead. Anyone? Bueller?
Well, I like using a blue pencil. You know, as long as it's non-repro blue, and when I scan in the artwork, it doesn't show up. Not all blue pencils don't not show up, so you have to make sure it's a non-repro blue pencil. I think I recently just found one that actually works out fine. So yeah, scanners are very high tech nowadays. So even like a non-repro blue might show up a little bit. But it helps me because like I lay everything out in blue pencil, and then I tighten things up with the number 2 a little bit, and then I go straight to ink. So I wouldn't use a red pencil because a red pencil would actually show up all the time if you scan it in.
Hey, Mike, I gotta head out. My phone's about to die. Yeah. I think there's a lag.
There is. Give him a few minutes.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Oh yeah. No, bad. Yeah.
No, I was just saying I gotta head out.
Yes.
My phone's about to die. But thank you for having me on. This was a blast.
Oh, hey, not a problem. Yeah, I was pretty much going to end.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to go ahead and plug whatever you want to plug?
Yeah, so I do a podcast called Manorama. This Tuesday we're going to talk about sports, and because it's NFL playoffs coming up, because go Patriots, screw everyone else. But yeah, I do. I produce and run a podcast called The Manorama every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific time on Rumble and X, and you can find it on X at Not Rancor Steve. And yeah, it's just talking about manly things,
like Jennifer Connelly.
Yes. Oh God.
Well, Steve, I also want to
happy thoughts.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
I also want to congratulate you on your baptism. So that's wonderful.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was fun. I'll have to talk to you more about that. It's been a very interesting journey that I'm on right now.
That's awesome.
Not a hippie journey. It's a very Christian, godly journey that I'm on. So
wonderful.
Yeah.
Right on, dude.
But all right, man. I'll see you guys. Oh, thank you.
All right, God bless you, man. That was nice.
All right. You guys take care.
You have fun.
Yes.
All right. See you.
Yeah, I like Steve.
And that was Rancor Steve. There you go. Steve is good. Steve is good. I'm glad now that he got baptized and your job, especially at a gun place. There you go, exercising his Second Amendment right. Yeah. Or maybe I shouldn't have said that out loud. Maybe I should have let him tell you. But
probably not.
Anyway. Yeah, probably. But who am I to choose?
Yeah. He doesn't live in Nebraska anymore.
No, he doesn't live in Nebraska anymore, so he's okay doing that in California now. Other than that, this is basically the basics. So for perspective, and you know what, Tree Rock, if you happen to come across the show and you happen to watch this, then hopefully it gives you a pretty good idea of how to do first point perspective. And maybe next week, maybe we'll do 2 point, which is, just a little bit, or maybe we'll just do another first point, but not in the center. Maybe we'll just focus our point of focus somewhere else on the screen. And so, And if any of you guys in the chat, well, if you found it useful, then great. Hey, leave a like and leave a comment because it does help the algorithm out. And for all of you guys that are watching on X, and 11 of you guys watching on X, 11 of you, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I really, really honestly do. If you're on the Rumble, thank you for subscribing on the Rumble channel. I really appreciate it. So yeah, hopefully this has been a kind of a simple guide of a first point perspective. Al,
Yes, sir.
do you got anything that you want to plug?
Yeah, I'm still, working on the graphic novel, the Sword of Eden graphic novel series. And yeah, I'm working on volume 3. So if folks would like to purchase volumes 1 and volumes 2 of the Sword of Eden, you can stop by theswordofeden.com, my online store. Also on eBay. I didn't give Mike my links.
That's
today.
okay. I got it right here.
Oh, all right, because I did put the combo deal back on eBay, where people could purchase all 3 of the Sword of Eden graphic novels, and get I think it's like a $10 or $15 discount if you purchase all 3 on eBay. So go and check that out. Yeah, it seems like people who have never heard or have never read the Sword of Eden graphic novels, yeah, they want all 3. Well, so yeah, so that's a good deal. I'm happy. And yeah, so for the combo deal, it's just $4 shipping. I just mailed out a package of the combo deal to California. Even at Media Mail, United States Postal Service, it was like $7 something. But I'm still happy. It's not terrible. It isn't terrible. But yeah, so that was the 3 graphic novels, which is the variant Trump 2024 variant cover included in that. So all books are signed, include signed other freebies as well. So yeah, my readers enjoy that stuff, and I'm happy to help. So it's wonderful getting new readers. That was a couple of days ago. I mailed that out, the combo deal sale, and also another reader or new reader reached out to me too, and he wanted a deal. So I gave him a bit of a deal on the first 2 books as well because he's never read them before. So it's always nice. Very
nice. Sweet.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you want to check them out, then check them out on eBay. Check them out at swordofeden.com as well, and the Messianic Comic Store on Big Cartel, and get yourself some fun reading stuffs. So that's what you want to do, and especially if he has a sale going on like that, then yeah. Because when the 3rd issue comes up, you definitely want to catch up. You want to be in the know about what's going on. So yeah, go pick those up. So
also I'm sorry. Also, the combo deal is only for the month of January.
See, there you go. So a New Year deal, basically. 1991, same time as Prince of Thieves. Oh, you mean for the Rocketeer? If that's what you're talking about, then yeah.
Yeah, I already mentioned.
Yeah.
And what are you doing, Mike?
What am I doing? Let's see. Well, tomorrow I got to go back to work, back to the grind. Yay. So I got to do that. Yeah, the Christmas and New Year's vacay basically is kind of over. So back to that on Monday. Tuesday we got Titillating Tuesday. What's going on? So we covered a little bit of news and stuff like that. This Saturday, gonna be doing a movie of the 1930 movie All Quiet on the Western Front. So phenomenal movie, one of the top 100 that has been inducted into the Film Hall of Fame, I suppose you could say, and the Library of Congress, calling it extremely culturally significant. So you might want to go ahead and check that out. And FKHC, there you see, he always arrives right at the. So send you three memes, the ones I sell, by the way. Okay, dude. I will check them out. Oh my god. Okay. So that's what's going on this Saturday. So if you want to have a fun time checking out all these, because there are a plethora of movies now from 1930 that are 100% public domain. So and Tim wants to know which version of the 1930 All Quiet the Sound or Silent version? No. By this point, because 1929 was like the beginning of the talkies, so everything from 19 onwards is basically all sound, pretty much all of them. So it'll definitely be sound. This past Saturday, we showed John Wayne's very first credited movie. You want to go ahead and check that out. And you know what? For 23, he was a pretty handsome man. Let's put it that way. So it was actually a really good film, and I can kind of, no, in an ungay way. Yeah. So really good. Go ahead and check that out. It's actually a extremely decent film. So anyway, that's pretty much here for me. And thanks for hanging out for 4 hours. See, Vince, no, he's not here right now, and he got extremely tired. I actually made it shorter than 5 hours. So there you go. And you're out because you're not here right now. So, so to everybody out there, have a great week coming up, and we will definitely see you on Tuesday or on a Saturday or on the next Huge Circles. And to everybody out there, I will say what I always say: if they get delayed again. Oh, whatever. I don't.